The regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All board members are present except for Vice President Francisco Tamayo. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
I second.
Moved by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes and seconded by Trustee Tolston. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez. Tolston.
Yay.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Yay.
Ugarte.
Yes. Motion carries 4-1 absent. Oral communication for closed session items. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on closed session items only. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda due to government code, but will refer the matter to the superintendent for review and report. There are no speakers. We will now adjourn to closed session in accordance with the following. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Superintendent. Government Code Section 3549.1D and 54957.6, Collective Bargaining Employee Negotiations, LLP and Adams and Silva and McNally LLP. Employee Organizations, Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, CVCEO, Chula Vista Educators, CVE, Non-Represented Employees and Administrators Association, Chula Vista, AACV. Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Discipline and Dismissal Release. E, Conference with Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, 2 cases. Conference with Legal Counsel pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, case number 25CU023739C. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Employment Title Principle. H, Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, Property Location, 845 Broadway, Chula Vista, California, 9111. APN number 572-270-620/760-235-7300. Negotiating parties, Chula Vista Elementary School District and Metropolitan Area Advisory Committee on Anti-Poverty of San Diego County Incorporated, MAC. Education Code 35146, consider waiver of student expulsion hearing and stipulated suspended expulsion agreement, student number 135213. And Education Code Section 35146, consider waiver of student expulsion hearing and stipulated suspended expulsion agreement, student number 603280. Trustee Tamayo arrived at 4:15. Closed session is not complete, and announcements will be made once we reconvene closed session after open session is concluded. And then we will go back to closed session, and the recorder will come out, our clerk will read once we come back out. Ready? The open session of the regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All board members are present. And Trustee Ramirez Dominguez, if you'll lead us in the pledge, please. Thank you. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I second.
I would like to approve the agenda with flexibility. Let me step back. I would like to move item 10, which is recognition, to before board communications with your approval.
I accept the amendment.
Question. So, at the end of the meeting,
No, item 10 to the beginning before communications.
you said board communications, so,
No, I meant communications to the board.
Okay.
Pardon me. I have a migraine, so,
yes.
Before
I'm
oral
trying to communicate.
communications.
all right. So before communications to the board. And you accepted the friendly amendment. Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. Item 10. Recognition of Chula Vista Elementary School District staff. Mr. Romero.
Thank you, President Ugarte, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, and our governing board. It's my pleasure today to recognize what I would consider extreme commitment. Oftentimes, we hire an employee for the district, and we're hoping that they, do their best and stick around for a few years and make a difference. Today we're celebrating Luis Vincent, a teacher. When we have our seniority ranking, is not towards the middle, not towards the top, but number one. A teacher that's been with us through probably 10 presidents, four decades, and 39 years with Chula Vista. I would be when talking about with a couple principles about Luis Vincent's commitment to Chula Vista, so many things came up. We started to kind of calculate, times 39 years, started averaging 30 students, like how many students and families you've impacted. And it's just amazing. It's just amazing. At this time, I'd like to call up Dr. Romo to come up to the mic and share a few words about Luis Vincent.
How do I follow what you just said, Mr. Romero? Okay, so I'll do my best. So, Luis Vincent, 39 years at the Chula Vista Elementary District. I mean, you are a legend. I can't think of the number of impacted families and students you've had. It's just amazing what you've done with our community. The number of teachers that you've gone through our BITSA program and have given that leadership ability, some of which are now our principals here within our own school district. So we just want to say thank you for your dedication, for your honor. I've had the honor of working with you for only 3 years. And I cannot tell you the dedication that you give to your students every single day, and the support you give to all the people here within our own heritage community. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We are going to miss you, and thank you for your dedication and your service. So.
I just want to say thank you so much to everybody here in the Chula Vista School District. I know 39 years seems like a really long time, and it is. I've actually been teaching in the state of California for 40 years. My first year was in Los Angeles, but CVSD has always been like a really warm, loving school district. And I first started off as a substitute teacher, and I knew when I was going from district to district that this is the one that I wanted to be in. And I've had such great opportunity to meet some really outstanding people. I really didn't go through 10 presidents. But through all my travels, I've met some really good people, and I want to thank all my colleagues at Heritage School. It's always been a really nice professional learning community there. I'm really proud of all the work we've done at that school, and we're #1 in the district, and I said we're even #1 with seniority. So I am now passing that on to someone else. But I really would like to thank all of the district people in Chula Vista, especially Angela Rosendale and Pam Nilo and Elsa Verdon. They are amazing people in the district, and they're always there to help teachers. I also want to thank Rosie Martinez and CVE, because they're really out there to help us also, and the board members, because you really support teachers. And I'm really going to miss this district because, like I said, it's a really good place to be, and a lot of nice, warm people here with good hearts. Thank you.
So we have an award, if you'd like to come up. And if we get one more picture, all the family and friends that came to support, please come up, please come up.
Board comments?
Congratulations. It's a true honor to be in the presence of a person that has touched so many lives. I wasn't even born when you were already teaching. So it's amazing. You've been teaching and changing the lives of children and families for longer than I have been alive. So it is a true honor. I'm sure you have all the stories and maybe multiple generations of the same family. So I'm just in awe and thankful for the dedication and for the example that you set. Thank you so much.
So, since we're aging ourselves, I was only 4. I was only 4 when you started teaching. Same as what Trustee Ramirez Dominguez is saying, the legacy that you've shown everybody And just to have somebody like you that sets an example for everybody else, and to see all the support that's here is amazing. And I hope people can keep following in your footsteps. So congratulations.
I was very much born. And I had my 4 kids too. So I really want to thank you, and I'm sure other people have used you as a mentor, whether you knew it or not. And that really helps and really supports the community and the profession that you're in, because you're doing it for the children. And just can't thank you enough, especially when we meet and interact with other teachers who care so much. And you must be doing it really well, because you really do not look like you've been around 40 years in teaching. So your approach to teaching, your approach to life, maybe you could write us a little book on that. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
One of the things that I often say is I could never do teaching. So my hat goes off to you for doing it for 39 years. That it's amazing. Amazing that you've been able to work with so many students, share some of your knowledge to those students, but more importantly, touch so many families, because not only those kids that went through your classroom got the benefit from your knowledge, it's their families too that they're getting that benefit, right? Because one of the things that I often say and I reflect is, who was that teacher that was my motivator, right? I have 1 or 2 or 3 that I can point to that said, you know what, if that teacher wasn't there, I wouldn't be here in this seat. And I know that there's so many students that say that mentor is you, that teacher that made a difference in their lives is you. So thank you for being that mentor. Thank you for being the light of hope for those students, because many of them relied on your teachings or your advice, and it's going to impact them, but also their families, and so many, many generations down the road. So thank you for doing that.
They left me nothing to say again. No, I do. I listened to your words and the gratitude and the kindness that you expressed just here with us in this short time. I can only imagine the love that you have shared with students over the years. And then when we all came up and your supporters and friends and family are here, I turned to you and said, look at this love. It's a lot of love. And people who give out a lot of love get a lot of love in return. And so I hope that you carry that love with you in your next endeavor. And that's how I know that CVESD is going to miss you. Congratulations on your retirement, and thank you for being here for less than 10 presidents. Okay, moving along. Communications to the Board of Education. Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Ms. Angela Reed.
Thank you and good evening. It's Classified Employee Appreciation Week. Yay, us, right? And I truly believe there's something fitting, even poetic, about this celebration falling at the end of each school year. It marks not just the close of another work year, but the culmination of months of hard work, dedication, and relentless effort by our classified employees. Let's take a moment to reflect on everything that goes into a single school year. The rides that get our students to school safely, the meals that nourish them, the records that organize their lives, the repairs that keep buildings functional, the assistance that ensures their success, and the care, deep care, personal care, that many of our students depend on each and every day to access their education. We are all in the business of educating students, and every role matters. In the past, CVCO fought hard to just be seen. Today, we're working hard to be heard. And that shift is not lost on me or on my members. Often, I come to you with pressing issues, items that are complex, ongoing, and frankly, easy to lose sight of amidst our struggles to be heard. But today, I also want to recognize progress. I can honestly say that CVCO currently has the best working relationship with the district that I've seen in my 15 years on the board. We may not always agree, but there's a willingness on both sides to sit down, listen, and work towards solutions that serve us all. That's no small feat. To highlight a few of the areas and deficits. HR listened to our concern about the assignment of specialized medical procedures outside job descriptions performed by unqualified staff. CVCO offered a practical solution, but we're still waiting for special education's acknowledgement. This should have been an easy yes. Facilities and operations made a smart, impactful move by promoting classified employees into supervisory roles. That shift had reduced arbitrary demands and eased stress on custodial staff, a change that was needed and is appreciated. Still, we face serious concerns around custodial staffing formulas. We know the CASBO formula exists. Let's stop delaying and implement it now. Our employees should not be breaking their bodies to meet impossible demands. Reallocation is a process that ensures classified employees receive fair and adequate compensation based on other school districts in the county. CVCO worked closely with HR to complete the process together. Yet for the past 3 years, we have heard nothing from Cabinet. And when asked why the process is stalled, we are given platitudes and excuses. How long should we wait? Substitute pay remains another unresolved issue. While substitutes may not be CVCO members, the burden of inadequate coverage falls squarely on the shoulders of the employees we do represent, and students suffer. In many ways, the district has demonstrated surface appreciation, a kind word here, a certificate there, but this week should mark the beginning of real appreciation, because we don't need only to be thanked. We need to be supported. Yes, we're grateful for the recognition beginning to take root, but the challenges ahead, staffing, job description integrity, substitute coverage, professional development, and medical procedure responsibilities are not new. The district is fully aware of these issues, so why is it that CVCO must continue raising them repeatedly in front of the school board? Let me end with a message of pride. To our amazing classified employees, CVCO's motto is that CVESD works because we do. And my sincere hope for the future is that CVESD works because we all do together. Thank you.
Thank you. Chula Vista Educators, Ms. Rosie Martinez.
Good evening. Trustee Ugarte, if you may give me an extra 30 seconds tonight, please. Good evening. It's really hard to believe that this is the last board meeting of the school year. I want to acknowledge everyone who has invested their time and effort into ensuring that CVESD is the best place to be, in particular those who work closest with our students. A special congratulations to Louise Vincent. I was lucky enough to be her instructional assistant back in 1990 through 1992, so I got front row seats to see her excellence, and she is just one example of so many of our dedicated teachers across the district. So thanks to all of them. One of the accomplishments for this school year that we are most excited about is the continued expansion of community schools in Chula Vista. Congratulations to our newest schools added to Cohort 3, Montgomery, Otay, Vista Square, Castle Park, and Lauterbach. They will launch in July, providing their students and families access to additional resources and opportunities for success. One of those resources is access to food. You heard last month that all community schools will provide second chance breakfast. I will continue to express my concern and objection to this not being offered at every site. We were told that it cannot happen because there needs to be 1 hour between breakfast and lunch. CVE was provided with USDA guidelines from the Summer School Service Program that highlights this. However, in the Universal Meals Program Implementation Guidelines in Section 5, State Meals Mandates, it states that neither state nor federal regulations establish a minimum amount of time between breakfast and lunch meal service is provided. I hope that this district recognizes the importance of ensuring that none of our students are sitting in our classrooms hungry and find a way to make this happen just like it did for decades before the pandemic. Another important pillar of community schools focuses on expanded learning opportunities. This is not only addressing the enrichment opportunities outside of the classroom, this includes all learning. Although change can be uncomfortable, we recognize that we need to adapt to find better ways to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all of our students. I want to acknowledge Jessica Morales, Maria Montgomery, Lonnie Perez, and Sharon Casey, as well as their teams for the tremendous amount of time and effort that they have put in the Rigorous Learning for All plan. CVE is committed to continuing our collaboration with the district in the development and implementation of this plan. We have the responsibility to ensure that all of our students have access. One important component of this is MTSS. Many believe that MTSS only focuses on the social-emotional development of our students, but in fact it provides differentiation in academic interventions to ensure that all students are successful. I appreciate the district's leadership for recognizing the importance of this work. Lastly, I want to address a concern that I've expressed all year long and sadly continues to be an issue. I appreciate Sharon Casey and Jason Romero for working with CVE in trying to resolve a grievance around RSP caseloads. CVE has been more than patient and collaborative in trying to find a solution since we learned early in the year of this violation. Ed Code has been violated by adding more than 28 students to the teachers' caseloads. Sadly, after trying to work on a resolution all year, today we still have 15 RSP teachers over caseload. We feel very strongly that this is not only a violation, but a disservice to our students who have been identified as needing extra support. CVE can no longer stand silent and allow this to continue. This shows an unwillingness to comply and do what's right for students, or simply gross incompetence by Coordinator Heather Bertolero, who oversees the RSP caseloads. Just this week, she sent an email to all RSP teachers that on top of their already full caseload, they're expected to provide support to students with IEPs in private schools, but they would place them under a TOSA's caseload so that it wouldn't show up in theirs, even though they're expected to continue to provide supports. CVE has lost trust that the oversight of this important work can be done appropriately by this person. We urge you to look closely at this situation and remedy it, not only because it's a violation of our contract and of Ed Code, but because our students deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Administrators Association Chula Vista, Ms. Teresa Corona.
Thank you, President Ugarte, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, and trustees of the board. Good evening. On behalf of the Administrators Association of Chula Vista, I want to begin by recognizing that School Principals Day was celebrated earlier this month on May 1st, which is the resolution passed at last month's board meeting. Principals play a vital role in carrying out the mission, vision, and shared values of CVESD at the school level, and we appreciate your recognition of the leadership we bring to our school communities each and every day. It means a lot to our members to have their work and dedication acknowledged, and this year there was special acknowledgement for principals at a leadership meeting that was much appreciated. Tonight, as the board hears an update on the Rigorous Learning for All academic plan, I want to recognize that AACV had a seat at the table to provide input on the development of this plan. This plan reflects many of the priorities we've discussed together through consultation and its various subcommittees. And AACV looks forward to the clarity and the structure this long-term academic plan will bring. We look forward to working with district leadership in professional partnership to make this plan a powerful path to student learning and well-being across the district. AACV also recognizes and supports that the district has work to expand upon what I called a few minutes ago the skeleton of rigorous learning for all. And we want to recognize that true, lasting, and effective change takes time. For these actions to truly take root at school sites, the steps we take in implementation must be carefully planned and thoughtfully rolled out. And to ensure success, it's critical that we allow our principals to lead and our teachers to teach without overwhelming people and systems. So we definitely support the Rigorous Learning for All plan, but just want to recognize that it be in a way that is the best rollout for our school communities. And we need to have those strong foundations on support in how principals are going to execute all the actions of the plan, along with continued support throughout the implementation. And finally, AACV is looking forward to sitting down at the bargaining table in the coming school year. We have informed the district of reopeners on 2 articles, Article 7, hours and work, and the academic work year calendar, and Article 9, appointment, transfer, and reassignment. And in addition, Article 19 allows for Article 16, wages, and Article 17, health and benefits, to be reopened. We look forward to hearing from the district on their reopeners and to the sunshining at an upcoming board meeting. We approach this work at the bargaining table in the same spirit of collaboration and mutual respect that has defined our professional partnership with the district. Thank you for your time and your continued partnership in ensuring our schools remain strong, supported, and student-centered. Thank you.
Thank you. Oral communication. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on non-agenda items. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda due to government code, but will refer the matters to the superintendent for review and report. We have 15 speakers. The first 3, Kathy Rodriguez, Jay Jones, and Marissa Villanueva.
Let's see, good evening. My name is Kathy, and I work as a student attendant. I'm here tonight not just for myself or my coworkers, but for our students who depend on us every single day. Right now, we are facing a crisis in our schools. Every day, dozens of student attendance subs positions go unfilled. That means that there are classrooms without the adult support our most vulnerable students need, students who require help with mobility, communication, personal care, and behavior support. These aren't just missed minutes, they're missed opportunities for safety, learning, and dignity. Let me be clear, this is a safety issue. We have classrooms, excuse me, where adults are getting hurt because there's not enough trained staff. We've seen a rise in incident reports, workers' compensation cases, and burnout. When there aren't enough coverage, we are stretched beyond capacity, and that's when people get injured. Worse, when there are no SA subs, IAs are being sent to cover these positions. But they're not trained for that work. They're not allowed to provide restroom assistance, and they don't have the experience to respond to our students' needs. This puts students at risk, and it puts staff in an impossible situation. So what's the solution? It's simple. Raise the sub pay for student attendance. Right now, SA subs are being paid the same as IA subs, $16.50 an hour. Even though the work is more specialized and physically demanding, that doesn't make sense. We need to raise sub pay above IA sub pay so that people will take these positions. Right now, they're basically sending, in worst case scenarios, we have 280 teacher subs that are being sent as student attendants because there's no shortage really of teacher subs right now. It's the student attendants that need the help. They have agency subs that are getting paid $25 and up an hour. But I'm sure the district is paying more than that because that's just what they're receiving. We have, 22 roving subs right now? That's not enough. And we basically haven't had subs since COVID. So I'm sure there's money that you guys have been saving for the past 4 years. So we don't want to come back next month reporting more injuries, more unfilled classrooms, and more unmet student needs. We want to come back to say this district listened, this district took action, and this district put students' safety first. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Ugarte, is there at this point that I can call out, I know I can't speak to them, but I can speak to you and Dr. Reyes, correct? About what we're going to do to address some of these absences?
We can't talk about it. We
Okay.
can't do anything that's
But
not
it
on
can
the-
be referred, right?
He's taking notes.
Okay, but right.
We can't
call it
address
out.
anything not on
No,
the
that's fine, but I
agenda.
can call it out and he's taking notes. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay Jones?
Good evening, trustees and President Ugarte and Superintendent Reyes. I come tonight as a husband of a CVESD teacher, father of a CVESD student, and also my wife and I are a product of CVESD. And I come with some frustration over a perceived inequity in hiring process. My wife is finishing her third semester as a temp contract kindergarten teacher. And in that, it's only 3 semesters because she wasn't lucky enough to get a temp contract in fall of last semester, of this school year. So I use the word perceived intentionally. It's perceived because this is the communication that's coming to her. And as a new teacher, I think we talk a lot about burnout and how are we catering to our teachers to build them as lifelong learners, as powerful educators. Mr. Romero said it really well. He said, when we hire somebody on, we're looking to get some years out of them and really kind of see that continuum. And she's frustrated. She's really frustrated. Hearing programs like the Aspire program, I think is a fabulous thing, right? But when she hears that she might be, somebody might fill the seat that she's been working really, really hard, pouring herself out into, by somebody who's finishing up their student teaching, it hurts. It really hurts. And I don't want her to be burned out, but we have conversations at home where she is like, maybe this isn't it. And she has skills. She works really hard. We have a kindergarten classroom that has gone to a couple different classrooms now that, we're on the hook for, I want to say $2,000, but it's probably more, that I have moved a couple times. So we've spent our own time and energy. And she's out there slogging it out and getting good evaluations, and then just feeling this time of year, like we have these conversations about maybe not doing it, So I just want you guys to hear that because I value her as my wife, and I think that she could be here 40 years from now, like after putting in work, because she's that person. She's a better teacher than I ever was. So thank you guys for listening to me.
Thank you. Marissa Villanueva?
Hello, board leaders. I would like to apologize in advance if I stutter. I suffered a hand injury today due to a student slamming my head into a concrete wall. But I am perfectly fine, and I owe it to my staff and my students to come up here and talk to you guys about this crucial matter. My name is Marissa Villanueva. I'm currently a student attendant at Rogers Elementary. As you are all well aware, our district's special needs students are facing an educational crisis, not due to their disabilities, but because of a systematic failure to provide adequate support staff. This is a pressing and ongoing issue within our district. Since joining the district 81 days ago, I've worked in the classroom with 13 mod severe students with behavioral challenges. 18 of those days, possibly more, I've spent often extremely understaffed. That means that approximately 20% of my time I've been here, I am not only teaching students, but also training substitute aides on how to work with our students in ensuring everyone's safety, a challenging task given due to the complexity of our students' needs. Sometimes I was the only student attendant stuck doing diapers throughout the day due to the hiring of sub-IAs for SA positions, which is extremely unfair. Instructional aides and student attendants play a crucial role in the education of students with special needs. They assist with daily tasks, provide behavioral support, and help implement individualized education plans, IEPs. Unfortunately, many substitute aides receive limited training, leaving them ill-prepared to handle the complex needs of our special education students. Moreover, they are underpaid for the demanding work they perform. The emotional and physical demands of managing complex behavior without adequate support are leading to a high staff turnover. This cycle of understaffing compromises the quality of education and jeopardizes the well-being of both students and educators. As someone who has years of experience working with special needs individuals personally and professionally, I recognize that their academic accomplishments were made possible by the consistency and stability of a positive classroom environment. Therefore, I urge the district to prioritize hiring and training of more substitute aides and to ensure that they are fairly compensated for the vital work they do. Our students deserve the best education possible, and that means beginning with providing the necessary support staff to meet their demands. Because we, as SAs and IAs, are tired of making do with what we have. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three are Jennifer Bowman, Dr. Herrera, and Luis Locke. Jennifer?
Hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer Bowman, and my daughter attends Casillas. I attended the school myself. In the past year alone, my daughter has been slapped across the face, kicked in the chest, and twice slammed to the ground. She's been told to shut up B-word on multiple occasions by a fellow classmate and was called the N-word days after a student learned that my daughter's grandfather is Black. This is not an exhaustive list. In the vast majority of these cases, it is boys who are physically and verbally abusing her. My daughter is in 2nd grade. Put all that on a piece of paper and ask anyone what they think. They will tell you it is dangerous and unacceptable. She was attacked twice just last week, both by students who have a history of hitting and assaulting other kids, one of them the boy who kicked my daughter in the chest roughly a month ago. These are facts. These things happen, and they were unprovoked. My daughter did nothing wrong, and no one disputes that. In fact, she offers an academic record, an attendance record, and an innate sense of kindness that I promise you wish every student in your district had. Despite repeatedly speaking with school leaders and Lead Hub, where some of these incidents have occurred, my daughter continues to be assaulted. Things like modified recesses and short-lived removals do nothing. A boy assaulted my daughter before and is somehow able to do it again, and yet I'm told by officials that little can be done and that their hands are essentially tied. So, with great reluctance, that's the question I have. So with great reluctance, my husband and I are here to face the most powerful people in the district, the ones who have the authority to do something. I want to be very clear. Casillas and the YMCA, through Lead Hub, are failing my daughter. And on your watch, the district is sending the message that boys in particular can put their hands on someone and face no real consequences, even if it means that a girl's physical well-being, self-image, and mental health must suffer. It is heartbreaking, it is infuriating, and it is wrong. This is where the buck stops, right? I'm not asking, I am demanding that you do what is so plainly the right thing before my 8-year-old girl is hurt again. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Herrera?
Thank you so much. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Reyes, and community members. I'm Hezekiah Herrera, and I'm a special education teacher at Sonia Sotomayor. I'm here tonight for our most vulnerable students and the essential paraprofessionals who support them. Paraprofessionals are vital, and I echo the comments of our student attendants who spoke earlier. They provide one-to-one support, implement IEPs, foster independence, and ensure student safety and well-being, especially for those with intensive needs. They are skilled professionals, but we have a critical challenge, which has been mentioned by others here, attracting and retaining qualified paraprofessionals. Current compensation doesn't reflect the demanding work and required skills of their immense value. This leads to unfulfilled vacancies and a high turnover rate within a single school year. So what happens then? When positions sit vacant for months and students face multiple staff changes in a year, the impact is both immediate and profound. When students lose on instructional time, progress stalls, anxiety rises, and challenging behaviors escalate, as we saw earlier today. For children needing help with basic communication and managing safety and behaviors, this isn't just disruptive, it's detrimental. Critically, when vacancies and turnover prevent us from delivering mandated IEP service minutes as teachers, we are failing students and failing to meet our legal obligation to provide free and appropriate public education. When a paraprofessional is absent and there is no qualified substitute, our classrooms are severely compromised. In rooms like mine, for example, with students who may have extreme safety behaviors like elopement or aggression, the teacher is stretched dangerously thin, as is staff, and we are constantly left triaging to keep everyone safe and learning, and this is quite unsustainable and unfair. It leads to increased stress, higher risk of injury, as we saw earlier, and less effective learning environments. Ultimately, our students with the biggest needs pay the highest price. So we must invest in our paraprofessionals because it is a direct investment in our students, their safety, their progress, their rights, their future. Let's ensure that every special education classroom has the consistent, qualified paraprofessional support our students desperately need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Luis Locke.
Good evening, Superintendent and members of the Board of Education. Sorry, I forgot my reading glasses. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Luis Yuk, and before I begin, I'd like to apologize. My English is not my first language, so please bear with me. I'm here as a concerned parent regarding the recent changes on the venue for the promotion ceremony from the East Lake Church to the Marshall Elementary Auditorium. We got to learn about this just a little bit ago. I'm here as a concern. I have 2 children at the Marshall Elementary. One is in 4th grade. The other one is in 6th grade. My 6th grade is a straight A student who worked very, very hard this year. And like many others, was looking forward to a special and memorable promotion ceremony. I understand and respect the importance of making all the families feel included and comfortable. However, I'm very concerned that this decision of doing this change was made based on the concern of just one family, without asking for input from the many other families who are also part of this important milestone. East Lake Church has been used for school events in the past, not as a religious space, but as a neutral community venue. During school functions, there are no religious symbols, no religious messages, and no connection to faith. It simply offers a large, beautiful auditorium that allows us to celebrate our children in a meaningful and memorable way. The new venue is much smaller and less equipped for an event this size. This change affects not just the comfort of the families, but the overall experience for our students, who deserve to be celebrated in a space that reflects their hard work. To help illustrate, I brought a couple of photos comparing the two venues so you can see the difference in the space and setup for yourselves. What's most disappointing is that the opinion of the rest of us were never asked. Our voices matter too. Our preference as parents are just as important as those of the families who raised the concern. A decision that affects the entire school community should involve the entire school community. I hope the district will take this into account, not just for this event, but for future decisions that impact our children and our families. Thank you very much for your time and understanding.
Thank you. Oscar Sanchez, Jamie Wilson, and then Felix Perez. Who's going first? Mr. Perez. Okay, Mr. Perez.
Good evening, Superintendent Reyes and the board. Thank you for your time. Excuse my dress. My name is Felix Perez. I'm here not to represent the United States Navy, but I'm here to represent a concerned parent and a member of the Thurgood Marshall school community since 2017, when I transferred here and made Chula Vista my home. I want to express my deep disappointment with the decision to cancel our students' promotion venue at East Lake Church Auditorium. I'd like to stress the word auditorium. The auditorium was chosen for logistical reasons: ample space, seating, accessibility, resources, audio and video equipment, not for religious purposes. I want to make sure that that is clear. Not for religious purposes. There were no planned prayers. There's no planned religious messages. There's no religious affiliations tied to the ceremony or the promotion. By reversing the decision based on the concerns of one family without the broader community input, the district has effectively overridden the voices of many other families who were comfortable and very supportive of the venue as a neutral location. I was there last year, and it was an unbelievable venue. It was really a fantastic and exciting moment, not just for me, but for the students and all the students in the elementary school that I have engaged. They all are very sad about the venue being canceled. What's most upsetting is that many other schools in our community are using the same venue for their own graduations. This isn't about religion, this is about logistics. A community space venue offering large seating capacity, audio and visual equipment, as I mentioned earlier. The choice was consistent with community norms and past practice to cancel our event at this location based on one complaint, without the wider discussion or input is unfair and dismissive to the rest of us. Respecting religious diversity is essential. No one should ever be forced into a religious ceremony. But this is not the case. This is not one of them. The auditorium is acting as a venue, just like many community centers, YMCAs, and other large rental spaces often do. What's concerning about the precedents this sets, that one concern, no matter how sincerely held, can cancel an inclusive event planned for an entire grade. I respectfully ask the board to reconsider the venue on a more balanced decision-making and have the leadership, the strength, and the courage to reinstate the venue for the promotion. Our students deserve a celebration worthy of their hard work and support for their entire school community. Thank you for your service, and please do what's right for our students. They have worked extremely hard. My kid was there for 6 years, Actually 7, I apologize. I move every 2 to 3 years, so it's been great being in one place for 8 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Oscar Sanchez? Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'm Jamie Wilson, parent at Marshall as well. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our concerns for, 6th grade graduation. I'm here today with a really heavy heart and deep concern regarding the recent decision from the district to no longer hold Thurgood Marshall's 6th grade promotion ceremony at Eastlake Church. The venue, which is secured over a year ago, was genuinely given to us free of charge as a community service for Thurgood Marshall, which is amazing by the church. It was at no cost to us and has been planned and anticipated by our students for a very long time. This was meant to be a meaningful venue for their milestones of graduation. Just a little backstory, my daughter is a 6th grader, my son is a 3rd grader, and my daughter is also the staff commander for her safety patrol. She's doing amazing, and she deserves to be honored just like every other student at Marshall. We have now been informed that due to concerns of just one single family regarding the nature of the venue, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm like nervous, our entire class of 79 students must forego the opportunity to celebrate their achievements in a location chosen with care and thoughtfulness. While Eastlake Church is a religious establishment, the ceremony itself is held in the auditorium space, which is entirely secular, which means that it's free of religious symbolism, messaging, or any influence. It has been selected for the size, accessibility, the ability to accommodate our community's needs, and nothing more. 79 families are in support of use of this location. It is so disheartening and difficult to understand why the district would take the preference of one family over the overwhelming majority of parents that are in favor of Eastlake Church being our venue. This decision also impacts our students in several different ways. My main concern is the emotional distress and disappointment that the students have expressed to their teachers, along with other staff members and their parents. Many students are experiencing sadness and frustration due to this sudden change. Our date, just so everyone knows, of graduation is supposed to be on June 4th, which gives us no time. We were just given the instruction that we will no longer be at Eastlake Church and we will have to provide the venue inside of our auditorium space. And it is we have been given direct kind of guidance from the district, from our principal, that the PTC, the Parent Teacher Committee, will now have to take over this responsibility. I don't know if anyone else is on a board or a committee, but 2 weeks does not give us enough time to change our venue. I had a lot more.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Oscar Sanchez. I'm also a parent of a Marshall 6th grader. And I didn't ask to be last for any particular reason, like I was going to drop the final hammer or anything like that. And after, it is my first board meeting, and I apologize for that, but after hearing a lot of the issues coming up today, as important as it is to my fellow Marshall parents here, it almost seems remedial compared to what the other stuff that we've heard tonight. So, excuse me, I don't want to minimize the reason we're here. My previous speakers, I mean, I don't know that I have anything to say that they haven't covered better than I'm sure I could. But if I didn't read what my wife wrote, you know, especially I think we're on tape somewhere, right? So, but again, it's going to be a little repetitious, but please understand that it is it's still an important issue for, you know, for us as parents. So, I'm here tonight as a parent of the community to respectfully request the 6th grade promotion ceremony be returned to Eastlake Church. Again, as you've heard, it is held in a non-secular manner, and it is the auditorium at the church, not necessarily the church itself. And there's a grandioseness to walking into a lit auditorium, and I'm 11 years old, and this is my graduation. Wow, you know, and then, or it's like, hey, the auditorium, go sit down. So there's a little pomp and circumstance, pun intended, to what they're about to go through. And so for them, we believe this is a little bit of a disappointment. And for the parents, again, on short notice as well, it's kind of it just sets a predicament. And I think our kind of a bigger concern is kind of the precedent we might be setting, where, we have a large student body, so to speak, and then the concerns of a few, the tyranny of the minority, unfortunately affecting the majority. And so there's definitely a disappointment there. So again, the venue's been chosen year after year, not for religious reasons, but because of its beautiful, spacious, and dignified setting that honors the significance of our students' milestones. The school auditorium, while functional, simply just doesn't provide the same atmosphere of celebration and pride that our students deserve. Our goal as concerned parents is to give our students a memorable and meaningful send-off as they transition into middle school. Many parents and students are deeply disappointed by the sudden change, especially since tradition has been upheld for so long without any apparent issues in the past. We ask that you consider a solution that respects all perspectives, at least if not now, then hopefully in the future, because we could be setting a pretty disappointing precedent. So our sixth graders do deserve the best celebration possible. So thank you for your time, and just hope for your consideration.
Thank you. Norma Alfaro.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Norma Alfaro. I'm the parent of Melina. Unfortunately, she is at volleyball practice because she has a tournament, but she wanted me to go ahead and read this to you. She's that the sixth grade graduation ceremony should be held at the Eastlake Church instead of the school auditorium, which she's been celebrated for the past 7 years during her awards. The reason why she wants this spacious venue that can comfortably accommodate all family members and their guests. The church offers more of a formal and celebratory atmosphere, enhancing the importance of this milestone for the students and herself. Additionally, hosting the ceremony off campus could create a memorable and unique experience for both the students and the families, setting the event apart from the usual school day. And as a parent, I just wanted to say that from her heart and what she took the time to write. I honestly feel like the majority of the other parents who are here, the venue has been a tradition. My son also graduated from there 8 years ago, and for the past 8 years, there's never been an issue. So I kindly ask all of you to reconsider, so that way you can make it a special milestone, not just for the class of 2025, but for the other classes that will be graduating from there. And thank you. I know it's not as important, but at least to our students it is. So if you can just be a little bit more inclusive and have a little bit more of diversity, and maybe come up with another solution for the school of Thurgood Marshall. If not at Eastlake Church, then maybe a different venue that we can all meet halfway. I would greatly appreciate that, just so that the students can be celebrated. And it's like the talk after school during safety patrol. They're all gathered and they're saying it's not different from being celebrated when we get another achievement. So we would greatly appreciate it if you could meet us halfway and the students and come up with a solution if they don't want it at Eastlake Church, at least somewhere else apart from Thurgood Marshall. So thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you. Next, we have Kristen Estrada, Christy M., and Debbie Gooding.
I'm here for Hillcrest Elementary TK program. I was registered for my daughter, Kaya. She was registered on the 15th of February. I received an email yesterday letting me know that she will not be accepted into the TK program. The TK program for Hillcrest Elementary is in our zone. I have, in fact, provided proof of residency. I purchased my home for my daughter and my son to go to Hillcrest Elementary. For me to be told to zone out, for me to inconvenience myself, my children, when we live less than a mile away from Hillcrest Elementary, to go to another school, to gain new friends out of her neighborhood, I just don't find this acceptable. You guys have dropped the program down to 20 students at Hillcrest Elementary, but have increased the date range for the students for a longer section of time of what qualifies for TK, but have not provided adequate schooling and teachers for these students. And so now I have to zone my daughter out to another school further away from our home. And now I will lose my priority spot at Hillcrest Elementary for kindergarten because she did not go to TK there and she will not be a returning student. I will now have this issue again with my son in 2 years when he needs to go to TK and kindergarten because he will not have a sibling at Hillcrest Elementary. So that's what I'm here to talk about today, and I want that fixed.
Thank you. Christy M.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I come before you tonight once again as an active and deeply concerned parent at Rogers Elementary. I'm here tonight not just with concerns, but with a deep commitment to work alongside you and to make sure our children and the educators who teach and care for them have what they need to thrive. I want to begin by saying how grateful I am for our outstanding school staff and current leadership who work incredibly hard to meet student needs despite the many challenges they face. My comments tonight are not of criticism of them, but rather a call for greater support and thoughtful planning at the district level. Over the past year, I've advocated consistently around the needs of a specific grade level at Rogers. Rogers is a unique school serving the highest population of students with specialized needs in the district, including a significant percentage of with IEPs and behavioral support plans. This is a community with incredible strengths, but it also requires thoughtful, specialized resources and consistency in those resources to truly thrive. This past year has taught us a lot. With our first grade class beginning as a K-1 combination classroom alongside the first grade class, it quickly became clear that the structure wasn't sustainable, and the first grade students ultimately collapsed into one class, which proved to be even worse. Students struggled, teachers were stretched too thin, and the emotional toll on students, staff, and families was very real. Eventually, with district intervention, the class was split and some supports were added. But by then, valuable learning time had already been lost, and the impact is still being felt. We cannot afford to repeat that experience. Small class sizes aren't a luxury, they're essential, especially in classrooms with high concentration of students on IEPs. These students deserve learning environments that allow their individualized plans to be followed with care, attention, and consistency. And teachers need the bandwidth to implement those plans in a way that's sustainable. Another area of concern is mental health support. I want to acknowledge and thank the district for funding a full-time counselor at Rogers this year. But for a school that regularly supports students working through trauma, emotional regulation challenges, and behavioral needs, a part-time funded counselor simply isn't enough for the next year. If the district wants to increase attendance, improve outcomes, and create safe and supportive environment, the district should provide a full-time, consistent mental health services, especially with our given population of students. As the chair of our school site council, I understand that Rogers receives supplemental funding to help meet these needs, but that money should be used to enrich learning, not cover the basics. It shouldn't come down to a choice between supporting our students and supporting our teachers. We need both. Our educators need tools, staffing, and support, not just to survive the year, but to truly teach. Sorry.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Ugarte, board members, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, and staff. My name is Debbie Gooding. I am the Executive Director for the Learning Choice Academy Charter School in Chula Vista. I just wanted to, I think most of you were given an email, and I wanted to personally invite you to our graduations. Our senior graduation is May 30th. Our 8th grade graduation is May 28th. I just wanted to share with you that we have 12 students from our Chula Vista site that are Golden State Merit Scholars. And that means that they have demonstrated high mastery in their high school curriculum, and that they'll get a special seal from the State Board of Education on their diploma. I also would like to share with you that we just recently had our culminating end of the year showcase, and we're going to be sending out a newsletter, so you'll get to see pictures of everything that happened. We had over 1,000 people show up, and the students demonstrated their learning, and they do it through both writing, through pictures, and then they have to present it orally to everybody who comes around. So it's quite an achievement for all of them, and we do it all the way from TK up to 12th grade. And also our school, Chula Vista School, they had a 5K run since we're in the mental health month right now. So they did that with 75 participants, and they all did a run around the park there behind our school. So that they had a great time doing that, along with our field day, where they had physical activities, team building, and just reinforcing the importance of staying active and building relationships that way. And then one of our teachers just saw a need and has now developed a care closet at our school. So we are now offering an area where any student at any time needs any type of clothing, sanitary needs, even for their family. We now have a closet that so many people were so gracious within the community have donated to, and so it has opened up and just it's been a great community building for our school. So that I just wanted to let you see my face and say hello, and also just invite you to our graduations, and look forward to meeting and working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Rosemary Lowry, Jade Bautista, and Wendy Rodriguez.
Good evening. I want to take a moment to sincerely thank the district for the meaningful progress made in special education over the past year. From the neurodiversity workshops and the ongoing commitment to inclusion, to the collaborative efforts demonstrated in our special education parent committee meetings, your work has not gone unnoticed. On behalf of myself and many other parents, thank you. As the largest K-6 district in California, we know there will always be challenges to address as we strive for excellence in special education. But I remain hopeful that through continued open communication and a genuine willingness to listen to parent input, we can navigate any roadblocks together. This morning, I had the opportunity to speak at the Superintendent Council's meeting, where I proposed a call for action in response to proposed Medicaid and state Medi-Cal cuts. These cuts would disproportionately affect our most vulnerable students and could increase the demand for school-based services that families previously accessed externally. I urge the district to respond to this call, whether through a letter or a formal resolution, and advocate for the protection of these essential services. Additionally, as we move as a district towards a more inclusive model, I encourage you to take a closer look at substitute pay. When absences go unfilled, it directly impacts the delivery of services to students and places an added strain on teachers and staff. I also strongly recommend reviewing compensation for instructional aides and student attendants, not substitutes, but classified employees in special education. If we are serious about advancing inclusion, we must ensure our classrooms have the support they need, and that means attracting and retaining qualified staff through fair and competitive wage. Thank you for your time and for consideration of these important issues.
Thank you. Jade Bautista.
Good evening, Dr. Reyes, Board of Trustees, and Cabinet members. My name is Jade Bautista, and I'm a proud parent of a student at Greg Rogers Elementary. On behalf of my family, I want to express my gratitude to the board and district leadership for their continued support at our school over the last several months, particularly in appointing Mr. Falconer as interim principal. His experience and expertise make him uniquely qualified to lead our school forward, and we hope to hear of a permanent appointment soon. Under his leadership, we witnessed a resurgence of outreach, inclusivity, evident in our blacktop assemblies, sensory room ribbon cutting, field trips, improved communication. His responsiveness, solution-oriented approach, and collaboration in addressing concerns have instilled optimism as we conclude this school year. As you may recall, I spoke to the board last fall about concerns regarding student and staff safety, supervision lapses, staff retention, budget uncertainty, and resources for direct student support. I'm pleased to share that we have made tangible progress under Mr. Falconer and Ms. Dorsey's leadership, but we still have a way to go. And we have every confidence in their continued dedication to our student-centered community. You often hear that Rogers is unique, 50% of our students having disabilities, Title I designation, 70% of our students falling under the unduplicated pupil count. However, I'd like to highlight other special factors that set us apart. Our staff's dedication is unmatched. We have some teachers at Rogers who have been here for 20 years. Many staff members stay after school to lead our lead instructors, clubs, participate in school-wide committees. We're proud to host events like Special Olympics on May 28th, led by our teacher, Ms. Lee, and Career Day on May 30th, hosted by our counselor, Ms. Valerie. We invite you all to attend or volunteer. We have 2 amazing psychs who manage a combined caseload of 230 students. I invite you to review the caseload and explore potential resources, such as an additional full-time psych or intern to support their critical work. We have talented temp teachers and those from outside agencies who formed strong relationships with our students, and we wish to stay at Rogers. We strongly advocate for retaining staff like Ms. Jones, Ms. Velasco, Ms. Macaba, and streamlining the HR process for them to stay. They have brought stability and consistency to our students' lives and contribute to a positive school culture. Our school site also has 5 playgrounds, but like many schools built in the 1960s, we're in dire need of renovation, and wood chips and play structures are not ADA friendly. And you can see how important that is given the population of our students. Finally, thank you for allocating a behavior assistant to every school site this year. Given our unique needs, I respectfully request consideration for a second district allocated behavior assistant to ensure we can provide the best possible support for our students' success and well-being. Thank you again for your dedication to our students, your visits to campus, participating in listening communities, and collaboration with the school community has made a significant impact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. I love our students, I love our schools, but we have a problem. Our substitute paras are being underpaid, undervalued, and overlooked. We're paying less than our neighbors, expecting more than ever, and somehow still surprised when no one wants to take the job. That's not just a bad math, that's bad leadership. Right now, our district pays substitute $16.50 an hour. Meanwhile, National pays up to $22.85, Sweetwater pays over $21, and even South Bay pays more than we do. Let that sink in. Same job, same responsibilities, same chaos control, but somehow, when you cross the district line, the value of that work suddenly goes up. That doesn't make sense. Our subs are stepping in on short notice, managing classrooms and keeping kids safe, and we're paying them like we hope they say no next time. And when they do say no, when we can't get subs, guess who picks up the slack? We do. The student attendants, the paras, the office staffs, we are already stretched thin. But somehow we're expecting to cover classrooms, manage extra duties, and still do our actual jobs, all without any extra compensation. So if the board can't see the value in paying subs what they're worth, maybe you can start paying us for the extra work we're doing because of the sub shortage. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we should be keeping up with McDonald's wages, but it is about keeping up with reality. And when we underpay our subs, we lose good people. We scramble to fill in spots, and ultimately, it's our students who suffer. The message we send when we refuse to raise sub pay is clear. Your time, your skill, and your willingness to step in doesn't matter enough to us. Well, I think it does matter, and I think you do too. So I'm asking you, let's stop falling behind and let's start showing respect in dollars to the people who help hold our classroom together. Because $16.50 might save a little money on paper, but it's costing us a whole lot more in the real world. Thank you.
Thank you. No more speakers. District Safety Health Update. Mr. Romero.
President Ugarte, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, our governing board, and our community, it's my pleasure to present this month's safety update. So first, I am super happy to say that our camera project is fully completed. We are in every school, and our cameras are up and operational. And just as of today, meeting with the safety team to review safety concerns at one of our school sites, we showed that the cameras were able to provide information regarding an incident that occurred, where decisions could be made with relative certainty that we knew what we were watching. So kudos to our team that worked together with our operations team to make sure that we got this done ahead of time. So thank you. Next is just a quick update of our 24-25 school year trainings. So the slide that I'm sharing with you today is just the number of trainings that the district office staff has provided to our school sites. So basically Derek, Ahmed, and our team. So we've been at EJICS, we've done 35 school sites. Our incident management training, which is at 22 school sites. Lockdown drills, we've been present at 102 lockdown drills. An active shooter training with Chula Vista PD at Kellogg Elementary. Active shooter scenario to test our EJICS platform. This was done at Hilltop with no students present, but 3 police forces are CVESD, CVPD, San Diego Police Department, and our Sheriff's Department. Stop the Bleed training we provide here at the district office 5 times so far this year. Our comprehensive school safety plan, we've had 2 virtual trainings with our principals. Radio drills, we've had 6 this year, which all sites have participated. California Great Shakeout, district-wide participation. For our new hire in orientations, we provided, this is our new employees that are coming in, starting with the district, classified and certificated in management. We've had 20 trainings here with human resources, and the attendance really varies between 20 to 60 people at those orientations. And the next slide I'll share with the training reports at our school sites. So this is what our team has done going out to school sites. The next slide you'll see, this is, and sorry for the small print, but this is the training that each school site provides. So every month they're required to have a single fire and evacuation drill training. So they have a date, they have a start time and end time, and then determine what the duration is, and then notes and signing off on this. This is due to our safety team at the end of the school year. So by June, last day of school, June 6th, we'll have this completed, and we'll share it in a board update with all of our schools' participation. At the bottom, we have a lockdown drill, we have a secure campus drill, and we have a shelter-in-place drill. Each of those is required at least one time a year. We ask for a 4th one to either be a second lockdown drill, a second secure campus drill, or a second shelter-in-place drill. So a requirement for each of those to take place at least once, and then for one of those to be done throughout the year. So at our most recent safety committee meeting, thank you to all of our participants and our local labor group presidents for participating. One of the things that we were constantly having conversation on is workplace violence and how do we respond appropriately when given that information. We have had an increase in number of parent threats to staff that was shared, and so we're looking at what measures we have in place to assist staff members from being threatened or harassed. Currently, right now, on multiple times, we've contacted the police department. Ahmed and Darren have provided restraining orders when needed and are applicable. And we can revoke the parents' right and ability to send emails to the teacher. This does not affect their communication with the school or district, just if their threatening communication has been going forward towards the teacher. Okay, super happy to report an update on our water station project. Currently, we have only 31 remaining schools that need the water stations installed, and we're happy to say that we're on pace to have this done by the end of summer. So all necessary parts for all of the 31 remaining schools have been ordered, and we should be ready to go by the start of the school year. So thank you. So we're excited about that. And you can see, I'm not going to be prejudiced and say that one of these photos, I know the kid in the right. I do happen to coach him in basketball, and we are just blessed to see that his picture was one of the ones that we put. But here he is filling up his water bottle, and you can see some of our other students across the district filling up their bottles at stations. So thank you to our business team and our district office support team, but we're happy to say that we'll get this project done by the end of summer. Any questions?
We have no speakers on this item. Any questions or comments from the board?
I do.
Anyone?
I don't know if you want to start there or what, but.
I do. Yeah. Dr. Reyes, just a quick question. So speaking of staff protection, and I know that a lot of the schools are imposing new, not lockdown, but like early morning or late afternoon, the gates close a lot earlier, which is great, and they open or whatever. They control them a lot better. So parents have to leave. But I think Mr. Romero had talked about like the door buzzards, so the admin can access control for the doors. Oh my God, my terminologies today. What's going on with that?
Yeah, Mr. Romero, could you give us an update on the buzzards?
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the question. And it is actually a super passion of mine as a parent of a child at our district. One of the I've said this a few times, during the school day is actually when I'm least concerned about safety. It's in the mornings and after school. And so we've implemented a bell-to-bell program, which means that when the first bell, the last morning bell rings in the morning, we are closing the gates. We're sending those announcements, having kids and parents in their classroom and parents off of campus. And then at the end of the school day, we're not opening the doors until the bell rings. So that has been a change in some of the culture at some of our school sites. Yeah. And so we're still navigating, how that's working out at some schools. And we've been getting feedback because safety does come at a price. And some of these conveniences and freedoms that we've had, it's been a bit of a growing area of concern. The buzzers that we're looking at implementing, Mark and his team have gone out. We currently have a few schools that have them, but the goal is to have them all in all of our schools throughout next year. Okay. So what we're looking at, though, is some schools require the buzzer system, and some, because we're the gate to access the office is at an angle, we need a camera as well, and a camera and speaker in some of those. So we do have soft costs of around $5,000 to $10,000 per site, but a small cost for the cost of safety.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. Going back to the water, you mentioned that there are 31 schools still waiting for their water. What are we doing? What are these students doing for water right now?
Great, thank you. So we do have water. So these are the water stations. So we currently still have the water faucets available at all of our school sites, and this is just for the water stations to be put in place.
Okay, and now I have another question. We had a presentation with the quality of the water of certain schools, especially on the west side. What specifically are we doing, or what have we done with specifically those schools?
We installed water stations.
So
water bottle stations.
All those schools in the west have water stations right now?
So couple of things just to make sure that we remember the presentation. So the presentation that was given to us, the person from the water company mentioned that as of now, which I know it's going to change, the water was supposed to be safe. However, in an effort to be even safer, we went ahead and purchased and installed water stations. Do you have the list of schools where we have installed the water stations?
Yes, I do have a list. I don't have it with me, but I can provide it in our weekly update this Friday. So I believe it was 15
Because we did prioritize those schools, the ones on the west.
Okay.
Especially southwest.
Yes, the ones that are
correct
with the water that was reported. And just to make sure, these water stations have how are they safer?
They filter water.
So whatever water, it
gets
has
filtered.
a second filtered. So
Correct.
it's filtered, and they are safe. We have tested. We know that those are safe.
Correct. So, Mr. Pong, do you want to talk about the process where this particular water station is chosen or selected?
So these have an inline filter is what they consider it. That's filtering the water versus currently the other ones don't. So as Dr. Reyes had mentioned, the water board did mention that the water is safe to drink, but it's just an added filter on there for that.
Yeah, as it was said, safety is the most important. So I want to make sure, and yes, I look forward to the list at the Friday updates. Thank you.
I'd like to add something about the water safety. That presentation was very nebulous, and what they said was that by 2029, they expected to have completed what the EPA required them to. I don't translate that as to being safe. That's I don't know how anyone can interpret it any other way. And to boot, there was a Sweetwater board member, former Sweetwater board member, sitting in the back that day, and as she left, my husband's sitting right there, she told us that that presentation was not complete information. So safety comes first. And I really appreciate that we're putting those filtration in there. But I know that Trustee Tolston asked, would you drink the water? Like I said, yes. They don't even live here. They're drinking the water in Riverside. They're drinking the water here in East Lake. And their water source is Otay water. So I really want us to elevate. I know you're doing something about it, Dr. Reyes, by getting this to happen. It just can't happen quick enough. And we need to do what we can to make it that much quicker. And as responsible people, we need to inform our communities that, even the water bottles they bring, these are just things that we can do. We just think that we're taking it for granted. People do not know. They're saying that they're sending them information and that stuff's on the website. Not everybody is that tech savvy and, to just go online and let me look at that water report. What did the EPA say? And as we speak now, the current administration is saying that the EPA is the forever chemicals. It's what they told us that they had until 2029 to fix. No. So I just think we need to put a higher alert on this. I've told my kids, my daughters, don't drink the water. And I don't drink it.
So what we're planning to do as we installed all the different water stations, to go ahead and do sort of like a campaign with students and families to make sure that they are using those. Yeah.
And I know I shared
bottles
with you maybe a couple months ago. You probably still have the picture in your cell phone of a school that I went to, and even if the water was clean to begin with, by the time it gets out of that spigot, it's disgusting. It's just gross. I think during this break here, if we could add that to the focus of clean water, safe water, to take a look at those things that we're dispensing. Kids, they run, they're hot, they go over and they put all their lips on that thing.
So my understanding is that we're supposed to have all of them installed, right? By the time we come back?
Yeah, the plan and the goal, which we have, is to have them all installed by the time we start school. And just a follow-up question, Dr. Ray's statement, many of those stations also include filtered water faucets. So they have the filtered bottles in case if they forget their bottle, they still have filtered water that they can drink out of the faucets.
That's really good. Thank you. And I don't know how you're in charge of facilities too, but thank you. on that. So Ajax. So the 35 school sites had training. Did the training go out to the schools, and was it during school time, like on a Friday where it's minimum day, or did teachers have to stay after their contract time to get training, and therefore maybe not all of them got trained? How did that happen?
Yeah, could you go over how the Ajax training happened?
Yes, so great question. As a past union member, I will tell you, during contract time. Our goal is to have, we had 2 trainings at the beginning of the school year for everybody. So everybody got trained initially through Ajax. All teachers, staff got that training.
In person? Like they went out there?
Virtually.
Okay.
The 35
and
schools.
we tracked that they all went?
We have tracked. And, for some absences and things like that, not 100%. We have about 95, 96%. I'll talk to Darren and Ahmed and verify that, but I think it was 95, 96% of staff we had. And then the 35 schools we listed, we actually went to. And we did provide those on Fridays when teachers had their prep time and PD time. Our goal is to get 100% of the schools done next year, and then even re-up schools who want a second or third training even. So you remember we started kind of towards the, after school had already started last year, so we didn't have a full year in. Next year will be a full year with Ajax, and so the goal is to have, like I said, every school trained, and then some other schools even their second or third training.
And substitutes when we can get them?
We provide substitutes training in our substitute orientation. So they are trained on Ajax. When we talked about in the past board meetings, is now we're rolling out that tablet program where we're getting tablets, putting Ajax on tablets. So when substitutes come in, they can check it on a tablet in the morning, and they're getting that ability to report and monitor safety through that tablet.
All right, and thank you for the completion of the camera project. That's so important, thank you. And if you could periodically maybe share with us a test, an exercise, a drill that you went through, so that, I don't know how often you monitor and train and test and see, because you're never going to have it perfect, but it'd be great to get it as close as possible to perfect. And what kind of training schedule, so that we know that it's happening. We've had enough incidents where we wish we could have done something differently or had that better training. So I'm just, let's try to get ahead of it.
Yeah, why don't we do this? Why don't we, would it be okay with the board if maybe on a quarterly basis we provide a board update with just that we include, for example, what kind of safety trainings how we have, talking about Ajax, talking about different things, and more detail in the information. You could do it, I don't know if you could do it by school site or quadrants, because I know you divide it by quadrants.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. And just one more statement. The CVPD was so excited about our camera project that with the permission of Dr. Reyes and their sergeant, CVPD is now monitoring our cameras. So they have instant access to our cameras. We were super excited about that. So this just happened last week. Now CVPD now has access to our cameras and able to provide real-time observation of incidents happening at our school sites.
Now, does each school site and district have a couple of leads there that are extra trained to provide guidance in case of, if I happen to be there, like, oh my gosh, who else would know in case, things happen, radios, people don't want to use their cell phones,
Yeah, we do have, our staff is trained, multiple staff members at school site. They have every school.
They're all trained, right?
Every school has an emergency team at their school site, so it's mostly your office staff that has access. But we're using it more frequently, and so we're having conversations with our unions about how we're going to be providing that training to make sure that this is a new system for us. So we're going through some growing pains, but we're working with our principals to make sure that if they get access, they let us know who's going to have access at their school sites.
Just like you gave us a list of 35 schools, when you do complete that process with the union leads, could you let us know that it's been completed and done so that our leaders, our union leaders could report it from the podium that it's been completed? Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I wasn't going to say anything, but since Dr. Reyes approved something that I didn't know, Dr. Reyes, when they mentioned that you approve having the Chula Vista Police Department be able to monitor our cameras, was that change communicated to the labor unions? Because my understanding was that there was a whole process on how and who and when was going to be able to have access to the cameras. This is a change to that process. So was that communicated to them?
Yeah, so he's going to answer whether or not he communicated with the bargaining units. However, I think has to be a definition in regards to monitoring. Very different from having someone behind a computer, behind a monitor, seeing what's happening every day versus having access to going back when something happens. Let's say there's a burglary or something happens, going back and having access to that information. Can you explain?
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify what was said on my part. And they're not live monitoring the cameras. It's an incident that occurs. So let's just say an incident happens at ABC school, and they have a break-in or something like that. The police can access the cameras at that time for an incident that has occurred, not to monitor the school in real time. So they're not accessing live feed for our cameras. They're accessing incidents that occur at our school sites. What happens now is if an incident occurs, we call them in, they watch the video in the office, and then they're able to address it. Here, if it's something that happens, like let's say 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, there's a break into the school site, they can then have access in their police cars of those cameras.
So the access, okay, so that, more questions. So the access for that, is it a single account that the Chula Vista Police Department has, or is it individual accounts for each of the agents that have, or SROs?
Before I misspeak on that, I would like to call Ahmed Wiggins, if you could come up, because Ahmed is the one. He's actually the one, and I wouldn't want to misspeak and then have him correct me as he sometimes does.
No pressure.
No pressure at all. Greetings, board. Yeah. So no, it's not every individual. So the ask was, and so they don't have access currently.
Okay.
They don't have access currently. So the ask from the sergeant was, other school districts and agencies allow them to have access to the camera for incidents. They have an IT team that will have access to the cameras, and then only that team will be able to go back and look at any incident, not departments, not agents, not officers, just that specific team. And we talked to them today and said if we do that, we would like to put that in our MOU to speak to that, so that we have an understanding that this is what you're able to do with that. Right.
And are we going to be able to log in our systems when they log in to see in what kind of video they're seeing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because that should be also part of the MOU, that we have control and visibility to what video feeds they're looking at and when are they looking at. The other thing that I would ask is that before we sign any MOU with the Chula Vista Police Department, that we include our labor partners to make sure that they all have a full understanding on what we're agreeing to share that data.
Absolutely.
I
Thank
have a
you.
question based on your question.
Sure.
When you said incident, for instance, months ago we had an incident where there was a lot of vandalism, very hatred stuff. At that point, if you were using that scenario, what would happen then? Let's say we had a scenario. What happens then? What does Chula Vista PD then now can go to the cameras to take a look at who it was that was out there? What are you telling me about a similar incident like that?
Right. So a couple of things, because one, we'll be looking at the cameras as well. So we'll be working hand
And who's
in hand.
we?
Myself and Darren.
Okay.
So we have full access to every school site. again, even for us, we don't monitor, we just incident. So if an incident occurs, we go back, we get the time, the date, whatever the case we may need, we go back, we look at it. If we capture it, then CVPD doesn't have to do anything because we have it. And then we'll just email that clip, 20-second, 30-second clip to them and say, this is the incident, this is what happened. I think for them, to Jason's point, it's the after hours. Okay. So if something happened after hours, they can log in right then and there, they can see it, but they'll also email me, myself and Darren, and say, hey, we looked at your cameras, this is what we saw, or this is what we didn't see. So it's really a collaborative effort. It's not just them going rogue looking at our cameras. So they would have to speak to us, let us know kind of what's going on, and then we'll do the same with them as it pertains to the incidents.
Thank you for clarifying, and also that it's not a done deal yet. It's still a process. Thank you.
Thank you.
You good?
I'm good.
He asked my questions, all about the MOU. Thank you, Mr. Romero, for your report. Report on Title I and Title III federal programs. Ms. Morales?
Break.
Okay, we need to take a 5-minute break, so.
It should take me 2 minutes to hobble over there, and then a minute there.
5-minute break. It's cold.
It has been spoken. We are on 9B, Title I and Title III federal programs. Ms. Morales.
Thank you, President Ugarte. We're very excited. Our instructional services team has several presentations tonight. And we're going to start with a presentation around Title I and Title III funding, which was a request at our previous board meeting. And so I am going to hand it over to Mrs. Perez, who's going to lead us through the slides tonight.
Thank you, Jessica. Good evening, President Ugarte. Sorry. There you go. Good evening, President Ugarte, trustees, and Dr. Reyes. Tonight I will be presenting on Title I and Title III programs and funding. Title I and Title III are two federal programs that provide funding for education. So you can see them here on the slide. Title I focuses on supporting our at-promise students in schools with a high population of low-income students, and funds are distributed based on the number of low-income students that are enrolled. And Title III aims to improve the education of English learner students and immigrant newcomer students, and funds are distributed based on the number of English learner and immigrant students enrolled in this school district. And both funding sources have strict regulations on allowability, and they both come under federal program monitoring to ensure that funds are appropriately used for this purpose. So here are some details about Title I, which again helps students meet academic standards. Title I schools receive additional funds, including Title I parent participation, if they have 40% or more students who qualify as low income. And activities are planned for in the School Plan for Student Achievement, or the SIPSA, which is developed and approved by the School Site Council. Now, the activities must be supplemental, and that means that funds cannot be spent on core instructional programming or basic needs to operate a school. So on the slide, you'll see some examples of allowable expenditures: instructional assistants, reading coaches, interventionists, instructional coordinators, additional books and or supplementary reading materials, professional development for staff, and computers, upgraded technology, and iPads, etc. Oops, let me stay on this slide just a little bit more. So what cannot be purchased, though, and I want to reiterate this one, is core or base items to run a school or instructional program. So we like to ask ourselves, and I have this conversation with principals regularly when they call me because our department approves those Title I purchases. I ask, if we didn't have the Title I money, would you still have to buy it? And if the answer is yes, then it's most likely not allowable. For example, pencils. We still have to buy that. Paper, crayons, playground equipment, classroom teacher salaries. These are core items that we must buy, and so they're not allowable under Title I. And we also like to follow another piece of guidance where we ask ourselves, is it reasonable, is it necessary, and is it allowable? And finally, we like to make sure that we follow the supplement and not supplant rule. So next on the slide, you'll see some examples of supplementary resources that are funded with Title I, and these are examples that come straight from school SIPSAs that our department are currently reviewing, and that you'll be able to see in June when you review SIPSAs for board approval. They're in the SIPSA. You'll see what items and the funding source of Title I. So you'll see flexible seating. Many schools are spending Title I money on flexible seating, instructional assistants, teacher release for additional collaboration, professional conferences, technology, and additional books to enhance classroom libraries. These are just a few examples that I decided to put on this slide so that you can see. Now moving on to Title III. Title III provides services and supports, like I said, to English learners and newcomer students, and they must also be supplemental. And so, for example, English language development, or ELD, is part of core instruction. So any programs or resources must be above and beyond and must address an identified need. And also what's important to know is our DLAC also provides input on this spending. In fact, we just presented on Title III resources at the April 15 DAC-DLAC meeting. I think, Ms. Delia, you were there, actually. And parents were able to provide feedback and input. So some examples of allowable expenditures include professional learning, resources and materials, English learner resource teachers, coaches, and interventionists. And again, on this slide, Here are some examples of those supplementary resources that are funded with Title III that we actually use here in Chula Vista. And we actually had some of these resources available for parents and principals to peruse during the DAC-DLAC meeting that I mentioned. These resources were live and in person and on the tables, and it was very interactive and engaging. So some examples here: the ELD Express curriculum, Hello Newcomer curriculum, culturally relevant books to support newcomers, professional learning. You'll see one of our resource teachers there giving a PD. And then immigrant, family, and student support personnel. You'll see our two staff members, Ms. Tomoko and Ms. Helen. They provide Japanese translation, interpretation, and student support, and also in Korean for our families. And then also the new Elevation Data Platform. You'll see the logo there. So, with that, I just want to say that I hope that this information has been helpful and it's clarified the allowability for Title I and III. And I also want to mention that later on tonight, you're going to be hearing about our LCAP, and it's a plan that outlines the our needs in our district based on metrics and educational partner input. And you're also going to see how Title I and III funds are leveraged along with LCFF funds and help us meeting our academic goals for our students. Okay, and with that, thank you very much.
My turn. Thank you. That was a very comprehensive, succinct explanation, and I appreciate that. Do we have any board questions or comments regarding the Title I and Title III funding?
Yes. So I noticed that we have the instructional aids on there, and just in last month's board meeting, I know Trustee Tamayo also raised the issue of this 1 year. They work in conjunction with like the school site council, right? You correct me as I'm speaking, feel free to jump in.
Correct. Site-funded instructional assistants are funded with either Title I or LCAP money, and the school site council develops those actions along with their principal, and they approve those items.
So for approved items that you'll deny or say yay or nay on, who decided what that was? Meaning, because of the instructional aids, I'm just curious as to why the district's not paying for it directly versus the Title I. I'll just cut through that chase. And because then every school year we're, sorry, because now the school site council or that school doesn't have that particular need anymore, or have decided that something else has bumped it. Who decided what can be approved? Is it the feds? Mm-hmm. Okay, and there it says instructional aids?
Instructional assistants are an allowable use. It is a supplementary action and expenditure. And so it is not required that we have instructional assistants in our classrooms. They provide supplementary support and instruction for our students. So each school site council needs to look at their comprehensive needs assessment, and the needs are different from school to school. They need to look at data, they need to look at educational partner feedback, and they also need to prioritize because there's many needs at the school. And so based on their funding, then the school site council, which is representative of staff and parents, make those decisions. And sometimes it's hard to make those decisions, yeah.
I'm just wondering how we could be better partners in that so that we minimize having to, tell an employee that their services are no longer needed. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering if there was something in the language. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board questions or
I have a
comments?
question.
Mm-hmm.
Are these funds, I'm saying federal funds, do they change every year? I'm sure they probably do. And are they at risk?
So could you provide some information on the first question regarding the amounts that we receive and how those funds are allocated to sites, and the difference between, for example, Title I, like a targeted versus a school-wide? Title I, and then Mark, if you can take the next question regarding the risk of having the Title I, II, III possibly be reduced by the federal government.
Absolutely. So every year the district applies for federal funding through the consolidated application. We apply for Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. And again, based on the number of students enrolled, for Title I, that would be our low-income students who are identified in Title III, our English learners, there's a certain allocation that the state allocates per student, and we receive those monies. They change every year depending on if your enrollment for those particular student groups increases or decreases, okay? And I think for Title I schools, almost all of our schools in Chula Vista are Title I. There's only about 5 schools that are not Title I. So the majority of our schools do have access to Title I funds to be able to make those decisions at their site that meet the needs of their specific school site, whether it's instructional assistants, interventionists, additional resources, and things of that nature. And our schools are, the 40% that I mentioned, if there is a school that is below 40% and it's at about 35, they are first identified as qualifying for targeted assistance. That means that they receive Title I funds, but it's specifically allocated to those students who qualified the school for those monies. That's very difficult to track because then it forces the district and principals and school sites to not be flexible with that money.
It's like for each individual student.
Correct.
Okay.
And the documentation for that is very difficult. And so what we do and what the board has done, and we've sent these board items forward, is converted these schools with your approval to school-wide plans. And that means with your approval, we give that school flexibility to not only use those students, that money for students who are low income, for all students as they need them. And so that's the difference between a targeted assistance school and a school-wide plan. And so all of our schools, if they weren't originally school-wide planned with 40%, we have converted them as such through that board approval process.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. Sorry, they're
yeah.
still answering.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Mark, can
Go
you
ahead,
take
go
the second one, the
Are
possible
they
risk?
at risk?
Yes, so at the beginning of May, President Trump released his proposed budget, and in that budget, they're proposing to cut education funding about 15%. So right now, we're being told that Title I and special ed are not going to have cuts, but the ones that have potential the threat of being cut are Title III, which is for our English learners and immigrant students.
Okay.
So that's the one that we're closely monitoring right
Can
now.
I jump
Thank you.
on that? May I take advantage of your mic? I know, I believe it was last month that I vaguely brought that up, but during one of the, I think it was the November board, a Friday update where you gave us a list of the different schools, and I'm trying to visualize it, that's why you see my eyes up here, where you had how much was allocated to each schools, how much rolled over from one year to next, how much money was committed already where the school was already spending, and you gave us like total amount left. And the question that we vaguely touched on was, well, what happens to this money if they don't use it? It rolls over, and who's setting those parameters? Are we, the board, setting up those parameters as far as, okay, and I'm making up numbers, okay? But there was a school that had like $200,000 left over on Title I. And I'm not making up that number, but I'm not going to say the name of the school. So they have this, but then a school site council thinks that they have a lot less. And if they're the ones that are working with their leadership to determine what is going to be used and how much is going to be used, are we the board, or who's setting or who's telling them you have to use this amount of money by this date? Or, yeah, I got it, like I tell the grandkids, you know, I have $100 here, but I'm only going to let you use 50. Well, it doesn't mean the $100 is there then for that school if I'm holding back a certain amount. How is that decided? How is that money released to the school? Because if the school is only being told you can only use this much, well, that's what they're looking at.
So it's a multi-tiered question.
Okay.
So why don't we?
Got time.
Yeah. So what do we do? Yeah, but that's a very good question. So let me do this. Let me divide it up. So why don't we do this, Ms. Perez? So why don't you touch upon how the money is allocated based on and you mentioned that based on the particular needs of the school through the school site council, and as they do the needs assessment based on the data, they also look at the budget, and that's how they plan for the year. But also, if you can share what so they may have allocated the entire amount, but then certain things might happen. And so if you could provide some examples of some of the things that may happen that may cause the school, the school site to maybe have to go back to the school site council and revise the plan.
Absolutely. So there's a lot of dynamics involved in managing a school-wide plan using Title I. And our principals and school site councils do their best job at the beginning to budget. It's like doing your own personal budget, right? You estimate how much an employee would cost. You estimate how much this purchase would cost. You estimate and get quotes for independent contracts and things of that nature. Now, during the year, some things can happen because you might have a posted position for an instructional assistant or a classified or certificated staff. And if you're unable to fill that position for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, that's 2 to 3 months of Title I money that is not expended, that you hadn't planned because for some reason you were unable to find a qualified person to fill that position. That's one example. Another example is if you hire consultant service through independent contract agreement, but something happens like the contract doesn't pass risk management, or for example, plans change and the school site council and staff decide not to go in that direction, then that's canceled. Or there could be expenditures that you came in under budget or over. It costs more than you thought it would, or it's not costing as much as you think it would. So these are dynamics that happen when managing a school budget, not just Title I, but any school budget. So then what happens is principals need to act very quickly. And when they know that, for example, funds are not going to be expended, they need to convene with their school site council to perhaps redirect some of that money, right? And that takes that time. Many principals do come to me and they call and they ask me for that process and they double check, hey, Lonnie, do I need to convene with my school site council? I'm going to do this. I want to propose this. And I said, absolutely. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. And so in some cases, these things can cause that carryover. But I think we all agree we do want to make sure that funds are expended the year that they're allocated for the students in our seats.
And if you, Mr. Brown, can you follow up with the following? So I know that when we look at the budgets, because you and I review the site budgets and how much money they have at various points throughout the year, and sometimes, like Trustee Dominguez Cervantes says, you look at a particular school site, you may have let's say November or December, it may have what appears to be a high balance. However, there's certain dynamics that may happen. For example, encumbrances not being allocated or not being noted on that balance. It could be that they haven't hired that person for the second semester, etc. So could you share, because some of the, for example, right now, where are we? I mean, don't go specifically, but I mean, more or less in what area are we in regards to the balances, and taking into consideration that we still have this month to allocate, for example, to still pay for salaries, etc. And the other part, if a school site, let's say they have $5,000 left over that they did not spend, what happens to that money?
I understand encumbered, and I think you put that also on that grid.
Mhm.
So the encumbered was cleared already when he gave us the balance.
Right, so back in November, we had about 4 months of expenditures at that time. So we had a balance of about 3.4 million is what we had shared in that update. And so from then until now, we've had more salaries go through. What happens with substitutes also is substitutes are paid 1 month behind because so right now with the May payroll, we're paying April time. And so there's a little bit of a lag with substitute, which Ms. Perez had mentioned. A lot of the schools use that time for additional substitute time for collaboration time, or to provide additional support to teachers. And so now overall we're looking closer to about 600,000, and then we still have a month's worth of expenditures to go through. And then what happens with the carryover is that at the end of the year, after we close the books, let's say we have this 600,000 or 500,000, that money gets redistributed the next year among all the Title I schools. So the school site doesn't keep it, it gets redistributed.
The concern that I'm trying to make sure I'm real clear on is that money was allocated for that child.
Right.
And that child did not benefit from it. So how we can work closer with the parties that be, so that we leave the minimum amount of money on the table from year to year.
Yeah, and trust me, Cervantes, believe me, that's something that is very, very, I mean, we all feel the same way. This year's monies are for this year's kids. It's very, very clear. One of the things that we're working with Ms. Morales' team, if you want to share what you're working with the senior directors and how they're working in turn with the principals to make sure that they're on task and they have the timeline based on making sure that they spend all the money, and that they don't wait till the last month, that is spent throughout the year.
Yeah, of course. We do share the same desire to have all of the money spent, and our principals do as well. What we are putting in place next year through the support of our amazing senior directors that are here front and center with us is we're working collaboratively with our budget department, and we're going to build those budget meetings into our coaching plans. And so we not only feel like this is a vehicle to support our newer principals, where school budgets can be complex and difficult to understand all the different funding sources, but that we have real-time information about what the spending looks like on a school site and what it's being allocated towards, which we do through the SIPSAs, but the fact that the money is actually being spent. So I can tell you right now, I have the current list of the Title I money at each of the school sites. I'll meet with the senior directors, and we will build that into our coaching cycle next year.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I had a question going back. Just to clarify, I understand Title I and the 40% of schools. How is Title III allocated? Is that specifically for the child, or is it also in the percentages?
Yeah, so the amount is based on the number of English learners and migrants. So it's based on the number, but would you like to explain how the precise amount for the site is allocated?
So that's a great question. So unlike Title I, Title III is not distributed to the school sites. Title III, just like Title II and IV, is managed at the district. The DLAC, which I know many of you have attended, provide input. So the district leaders, the DLAC, who are advocates for English learners across all schools, provide input into that. So we don't actually allocate a certain amount to schools. We manage it at the district based on our own needs assessment, which includes data, which includes educational partner input, and then we utilize the funds to provide those services that schools can partake of.
Okay, and another question. For the changes that we foresee for Title III, are those included in the budget that we were given, the 66 pages that we were provided?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
So are the foreseeable changes in Title III that were mentioned that we might lose that due to the changes, budget cuts, do we have that included in our budget? Is that reflected?
It's not reflected because it hasn't happened.
So when will it happen?
Well, that depends on our president.
Oh, so there's no timeline?
No.
Okay.
And you could take it back.
And at the time that it happens, are we going to be brought forth another budget and then we will approve that?
Yes. So what happens is that if that happens, we're hoping not, but if that happens, then we have to make a lot of adjustments. we have to make adjustments because it does have an impact. It will have an impact at all sites.
Okay.
So absolutely.
It will be brought forward.
Absolutely, we will
Okay.
be having a discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you, for the presentation. All right, report on rigorous learning for all. Ms. Morales.
Thank you, President Ugarte, our board, Dr. Reyes, and our community. I want to start by saying, before we get started on the presentation, that the amount of work that our team has put into this plan and it is just insurmountable. And it's reflective of not only their work, of the people who are diligently sitting in this room with us tonight. They work on this plan day and night with us, but it's also reflective of a lot of collaboration with our teachers, our staff, and our community. And so I bring it forward with great pride. And I think that our instructional services team, in conjunction with our other departments, is really excited about the plan that we're putting forth today. And it's going to be building off of the plan that was shared by Ms. Carroll back in June about the objectives that we accomplished or set out to accomplish for this year. So tonight our team will be presenting on Rigorous Learning for All, our district's 5-year plan, supported by our LCAP and anchored in 4 key domains of intentional improvement. Through a collaborative effort between district staff and our educational partners, we are committed to implementing strategic multi-year objectives and priority actions that drive equity and improved academic and social emotional outcomes for all students. So as I've shared, this is a 5-year plan, and we are currently finishing year 1, which we're really calling a foundational year. 24-25 is setting the stage and building that strong foundation for the future shifts and work that we're doing to come. We've talked about this before, but as a reminder, we are moving as a district from a decentralized to a more centralized model. And we're doing so to be able to provide equitable support to our school sites on district programming. And so we're going to be scaling that centralization over time, but also are doing it based upon the feedback from our teachers and our school leaders. We have engaged with many educational partners and work groups to gather input and inform this planning. This model of ongoing input has allowed us to make corrective changes quickly, and the plan we are presenting tonight is really representative of the feedback we have received. Our team's iterative process in creating this plan represents a shift in how we collectively lead work with alignment and cohesion. We are committed to innovative practices and working differently so that we do not get the same results. We know we are in a different place post-COVID and need to meet the new demands placed on our schools. The plan's impact will equip our students to become future ready. It will allow our students to feel capable, cared for, and valued in our schools each day. It will also give all of our teams throughout the district a collective efficacy that strengthens our ability to ensure student progress maintains, and we're able to retain our staff. And so up here you can see all of the variety of staff engagement we have conducted this year that has informed our plan. I know you'll be dazzled by those moving arrows. So our plan includes 4 domains of intentional improvement. Based upon the feedback collected, we changed the culture shift domain to the multi-tiered systems of support domain. We believe that a positive culture shift is essential for fostering an inclusive and supportive environment for our students. And our commitment to this transformation is reinforced through the implementation of the multi-tiered system of supports, which we'll refer to as MTSS. The instructional transformation domain is defined as aligned and connected curriculum, instruction, and assessment that creates cohesive, responsive, and innovative instructional practice that builds on student assets, supports diverse learners, promotes agency, and improves learning outcomes for all students. To implement instructional transformation and MTSS, we must have a domain around high-quality professional learning. This domain is focused on developing a personalized professional learning system for all educators that promotes growth through relevance, choice, and collaboration, while supporting ongoing reflection and evidence-based instructional improvements for all district employees. And lastly, to lead this work, we need the turnaround leadership domain, which focuses on providing customized support to develop, sustain, and empower leaders while prioritizing improvement and monitoring goals to ensure sustained progress.
Next, we are presenting the 5-year objectives and the priority actions for each domain. We'll begin with instructional transformation. For each one of the domains, we are going to share 2 slides. The first slide will have a description of the domain on the left. This is written as our desired state of being. It's what we want to see in 5 years. And then the 5-year objectives are on the right. On the second slide, we will also then share with you our priority actions for the 2025-26 school year, with the understanding that this rigorous Learning for All plan will continue to build through the next few years with ongoing input and feedback and the continuous improvement process. So looking at this first slide, you'll see our focus on instructional transformation is really a bold shift on how we are going to align curriculum, instruction, and assessment to serve all learners. Our goal is to create a system that's not only standards-based and rigorous, but also innovative and student-centered. Over the next 5 years, we'll be working towards 3 key objectives: a future-ready standards-aligned curriculum that reflects real-world relevance, innovative cross-disciplinary instruction that makes student thinking visible and empowers both voice and choice for our students, and a dynamic, transparent assessment system that drives meaningful instruction decisions and supports growth. This transformation is about coherence, responsiveness, and ensuring that each and every student thrives in our schools. The next slide highlights the specific priority actions we're focusing on for the 2025-26 school year. On the left, you'll see the categories we identified for instructional transformation, focused on curriculum, instruction, and assessment. On the right, you'll see the priority actions that are going to drive our team's action plans towards meeting these objectives. These actions are intentionally aligned to support coherence across our system and impact the teaching and learning in our classrooms. In the area of curriculum, you'll notice that our priority actions are centered around creating curriculum guides, redesigning the teacher portal, integrating Spanish language arts and science, and initiating a math adoption. All these actions will make what we teach more accessible to our teachers and relevant to our students. In the second row, you'll see we're also focusing on how we teach, on the instruction. More innovative and student-centered will make our instruction more innovative and student-centered by designing spaces where students can explore, experiment, and make connections with the content that they're learning and with one another in their classrooms. Our priority actions are selected strategically to use evidence-based instructional routines and educational technology that will ground us in our focus on student learning. In order for that curriculum and instruction to have the highest impact possible, we know that we need to have a dynamic assessment system that will provide us with the data about what our students know and are able to do so that we can build on their strengths, address their needs, and monitor their progress throughout the year. Our goal is to provide data that's easy to access, timely, and meaningful so that we're able to work collaboratively with teachers, principals, parents, and students. These actions represent our commitments to creating a system that empowers all teachers and students with the tools and resources they need to transform teaching and learning.
So for the next 2 domains, we're going to invite up 2 amazing senior directors that we have in our district. Dr. Patel, she's our Director of Student Services that supports Ms. Casey's department, and then Ms. Carpenter, who is one of our senior directors from the Leadership and Learning team.
Thank you. The next domain is MTSS.
So California's MTSS is a framework designed to align and integrate academic, behavioral, social, emotional, and mental health supports into a single cohesive system. This one system approach ensures that all students receive the right level of support at the right time based on their individual needs. In essence, it provides the structure we rely on when a student is facing challenges or struggles, allowing us to deliver targeted interventions through a tiered system approach. This domain reflects our district's commitment to a systematic and proactive approach for improving instruction, decreasing unnecessary referrals, and fostering strong school-family partnerships through the implementation of MTSS. Over the next 5 years, we aim to achieve 3 goals within this domain. Empowered site MTSS teams. School-based teams will ensure that students receive timely, data-informed support tailored to their academic, behavioral, and social emotional needs. Next, we would like to have a goal of a culture of continuous monitoring. So our district will foster a data-driven culture that uses multiple measures to regularly assess the effectiveness of Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports, and then ultimately reducing the need of more intensive Tier 3 interventions. And then lastly, engage and supported families. So families will have improved access to both school and community-based resources and partnerships, ensuring a comprehensive network of support that promotes students and family well-being. As we look ahead for the 25-26 school year, our focus within the MTSS domain is to strengthen and align our existing practices through this more systematic approach, as previously mentioned. CVESD has built a strong foundation of experience and expertise, and we are committed to enhancing this by aligning tiered supports, reducing unnecessary referrals, and fully leveraging that MTSS framework. Key priorities for this work include updating our MTSS handbook, providing targeted professional learning, supporting site teams, and developing actionable school-specific MTSS plans. The purpose is to ensure consistency, clarity, and impact across all schools, ensuring that every student receives the right support at the right time. We're also committed to cultivating a culture of continuous improvement through the use of common data sources and monitoring tools. Schools will receive support in accessing and interpreting multiple data sources, along with differentiated guidance aligned to their individual site plans. In addition, we're expanding efforts to improve family access to resources. This will involve a cross-departmental collaboration, such as working with communications department, to develop a clear communication plan, strengthen referral systems, and foster meaningful home-school connections. Ultimately, our aim is to ensure every student and family is supported through a cohesive, data-informed, and responsive system.
Another core priority is a strong commitment to high-quality professional learning. We're building a personalized professional learning system guided by 5-year goals. You'll see these goals on the slide, and they include a focus on empowering educators, strengthening instructional leadership teams, or ILTs, and providing strategic support at each school site. To enhance educator capacity for student success, our strategy centers on empowering educators through targeted professional development and collaborative leadership. Priority actions for personalized professional learning for the next year include a year-long plan on district instructional priority areas, job-alike learning sessions, and a new teacher onboarding plan to ensure that new teachers feel supported, valued, and prepared to succeed from day one. Strengthening instructional leadership teams is another key action that supports collaborative leadership. ILTs will develop cohesive, site-specific professional development aligned with school goals, and they will be trained to use standardized approaches to data analysis, progress monitoring, and instructional strategies. And finally, strategic site support will include customized learning plans based on the unique needs and opportunities of each site. This approach, facilitated by instructional services and support staff, allows us to address specific challenges and use strengths within individual schools, fostering an environment where educators and students can thrive. By investing in our educators and fostering a culture of continuous improvement, we are laying the foundation for sustained student success.
Good evening, everyone. I'm excited to share our focus on turnaround leadership, a big part of our long-term strategy to build strong, confident site leaders who can drive real change on their campuses. At the heart of this work is a simple idea. When we support our leaders well, our schools do better. Over the next 5 years, we're focusing on developing systems that help site leaders feel equipped, empowered, and supported. We've broken this domain into 3 main goals. First, we're building a differentiated support system, not one size fits all. We want leaders to have what they need to lead with confidence and to really push forward school improvement. Second, we're working on supporting our leaders through regular professional learning, where learning is shared, collaborative, and joyful. We want our leaders to have experiences with us that they can immediately take back to their staff. And third, we're making sure we have strong data systems in place so leaders can see what's working, adjust where needed, and help teachers respond in real time to student needs. As we move into the 25-26 school year, we've identified priority actions that bring our leadership objectives to life. First, leaders will build confidence through personalized coaching, peer mentorship, and leadership academies, all designed to meet them where they are. Next, we'll provide professional learning to our leaders through learning walks, monthly leadership meetings, and collaboration time. Then, we're making sure data is at the center of school improvement, using student work, progress monitoring, and quarterly data reviews to guide instruction and leadership decisions. Together, these priority actions form a clear path to supporting and building stronger leaders and better outcomes for students. So in summary, we appreciate this opportunity to share our plan. We're proud of the process that we've gone through to collect input. We're also proud to have a roadmap for the next 4 years, one where we can stay the focus and truly help our students, educators, families, and leaders be successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no speakers for this item. Are there questions or comments from the board?
Yes.
Yes, I have a comment. As Ms. Morales said, I could see the amount of work that you guys put. So I just want to thank you for doing that, for working as a team and collaborating and giving us a great presentation where we can actually see the goals that we are all working towards, and that's amazing. My only question would be, is this PowerPoint available for parents or the community?
Ms. Morales.
Yes. So one of the things about developing this plan is there's a lot of other mini plans inside the plan. So each of the boxes represents a plan, and one of them is around our communication plan. And we have already let our principals know that at the beginning of the next school year, they will be presenting this plan to all of their teachers at their school sites. What we do at our leadership meetings is we actually model activities and have them work through the process that they can take and do back at their school sites. And then we'll be asking them to do it at a principal's coffee. You'll hear us again at one of the first DAC-DLAC meetings. And then we're going to ask Dr. Reyes to do a video to release it out into the community as well. Because he's so good at that. And so, yes, we plan to really scale and communicate it, and now we feel a readiness to do so.
Okay. Thank you.
I have questions. I really can appreciate.
Yeah, I had
Oh,
a
I'm sorry.
question. Okay. No, same thing. I want to ditto what Trustee Ramirez Dominguez said. What an amazing presentation. So thank you for that. Again, I want to see that presentation again. But just one question. Each year, will you kind of come together and reevaluate what's been working and what hasn't? Some changes?
Yeah, so this is it's a live document, right? So you know, we do have the goals, we do have the all the different steps, but as we move forward, we need to be evaluating how we're doing, and so there's also part of the plan consists of the evaluation part.
We good? Yes. Yeah, I do. Back to what I was saying, I do appreciate your work. I've been involved with numerous projects, so I understand the trying to capture the goals in an X number of words, and the mini plans. I was so glad you threw that out before I said, okay, but where's your action plans? Those are your mini plans that you're speaking to. So you're speaking, saying that, the principals will take it back to their teachers. All the teachers are going to fall off their chairs, right, as soon as the principals present this. There's just not enough detail for them to, your poor principals there, Ms. Corona, are going to have such a grasp on what it is in order to maintain that ship afloat. Because that transition is going to be so difficult. Maybe it could be a lot easier if they have a real good understanding. And so I appreciate the work that it's going to take to make this happen. And I especially appreciate that it's going to be data driven, means numbers, and the parent engagement pieces that are on there. That's where I know union leader Ms. Rosie Martinez and I had an extensive conference call yesterday, and we spoke at depth, just at length, about how the parent engagement is going to be even more critical now, because not every school has 100% of their parents informed, just families, life situations. They don't know. And it makes it more difficult for the teachers to get that parent engaged if they are not able, for whatever reason, able to tell them or the parent, your child is not doing well. And unless we start facing that and not pointing fingers, nothing like that, we are where we are, it is what it is, but teachers need to be able to have that skill set and permission to be able to tell the parent, I need your help, Mom. I need your help, Grandma. I need someone to help step it up because I'm not with your child. And a lot of teachers don't like to give homework, homework at home, but they have to, because they can't teach them everything in that little plan. In all of this, are you building in these intended combo classes, which I am 1,000% against? Okay, so the instructional time, how that's going to happen when you're trying to roll this out, when teachers are being challenged with, oh my gosh, I've got X number of kids that are in one grade, an X number of kids that are in a different grade, and I want to make sure that they feel heard. Not just feel it, but the feeling part is just too feely. I want to see some action here. Tell me how I'm going to resolve this. And all of these are really great goals, but they're going to cost money too. Building these data systems, no one's doing it for free unless you're getting Trustee Tamayo to donate some time here, but they don't do it for free. It's going to cost more money. Is that built into this budget that we're looking at? I don't know. You're going to have to tell me. It's going to take more of your time, more of staff's time. How is this going to happen? So I'm hoping to be able to get peeks at your mini plans, and even if it's just to calm me down, but it's going to take, I'm going to have to die for that to happen. Okay, just it's my natural, who I am. But that's going to be your biggest challenge, is for that principal to be 1,000% informed, engaged, understanding it, and knowing that they have the support from the district. And you guys are just one person. You're not 1,000 people, and you have how many principals out there? And that principal is then going to have to be able to have such buy-in that the teachers are going to just jump in and say, yeah, we trust you, we believe you, we got it, we'll go in it they can't go in blindfolded. So I'd like to know, at some point here, have these updates of the costs as you're identifying them, because it's hard to identify them that much more, but you know that it's going to have a cost, and we're going to be talking budgets here. So I thank you. It's a big project, but I'll speak more at a later time. But combos, I did the math. I had to look up. I'm becoming a teacher almost. Look how much instructional time that you have to give each child every day. And a combo, I don't care how you bake it, you can't give those 8 hours, 6 hours, whatever hours they're in with the child. You can't give that if you have curriculum for one grade set and curriculum for another. You can't do it. It's impossible unless you're going to put in another adult in there that's trained, and then we're talking about money again. Thank you.
Trustee Tamayo.
Thank you. Obviously, a plan of this magnitude is changing the culture of the district, right? It's really going in deep. And I want to start with kudos to the entire team for being brave enough to take that step, right? Because one of the things that we have asked Dr. Reyes is we need to do things differently. What we have done in the past has stopped working. We need to be very data-driven, which this plan shows that that's the intent, to be data-driven, that we have a better focus on that centralized component that a district of this size requires. Yes, there has to be some flexibility in some of the schools to cater for those communities, but there has to be some consistency. When a child, we were talking about special education, when a child in the east side is having a class, they should be able to transition to a class school in the west side and have similar supports. And that is part of this plan. Now, this is a large undertaking, and it's going to take time, and it's going to take a lot of refinement as we move along. It's not going to be perfect because that's what it is. And that's why we call it a live document, right? For example, one of my observations that I would encourage the team to look at is we talked about professional development. We talked about professional development for teachers. We talked about professional development for administrators. But I failed to capture where is the professional development for classified. There's instructional assistants that are going to be required and many other classifications to support this plan. I think it would behoove us to include some professional development. That way we can not only prepare those instructional assistants or classified educators, but also make sure that we're setting up the expectation that for this plan to work, we need everybody. We need all hands on deck. And I think that that's the only thing that I could probably bring to your attention at this point. I love the fact that we are breaking it down, that we have goals now, and that we're working on those mini plans for each of those goals. And I know it takes time, and I know we need to give some grace, because it's not going to be perfect this first time. There's going to be things that we think that this way will work, and later the data will show us probably something different, and that's where we need to give grace to correct that, right? But the idea that we're taking this bold move to move a district of this size of 50 schools with so many, what was it, the enrollment, 23,000 now?
With charter or non-charter?
With charter.
2850.
2850.
28,500.
Okay. So it's a lot of kids. It's a lot of students to try to move the needle for them, right? Because at the end of the day, what this work is going to do is going to try to make sure that every single kid is receiving the quality education that they deserve. So I applaud you. I thank you for the long hours. I thank you for probably more gray hairs that you're going to have because of this, but I do. Thank you. Thank you for taking this bold move, and I appreciate it. And please let us know, like Trustee Dominguez Cervantes said, we understand that a plan like this is going to take money. And I know Mr. Pong is going to cover his ears right now, but let us know what you need to make this plan work so we can prioritize it and look at those options. Thank you.
We're in a very different place than we were at the beginning of the year. And it's a testament to the hard work of this team and everybody that has presented today and given us this information. Starting off with the listening tours, right? And getting that information. My hope is that you continue those. I know not as intense, but maybe quarterly or at the semester to see how it's working, to get the feedback from the teachers, because I think when you did that, it shifted the way that people started thinking about this plan. And so I know that this was a year-long endeavor put into a very short presentation when it comes to the amount of work. It wasn't just hours. It was months of work. I've had the opportunity the last month to be in the same rooms as our principals and our teachers, and our principals are excited about this. And I'm glad that President Corona mentioned that aspect of taking a long time, but they're excited. And I can see why. While this is an outline and it gives us an idea of what those details are going to be in the next few months, when principals are telling me that they're excited about this and they're on board, that's a very good message because they're the leaders at the school. And if they're excited, the teachers and the classified staff are going to be excited. And I've been with teachers, and I've had the opportunity to talk to some of our teachers, and they're saying the same thing. And they say we're looking toward our leadership, and we have good leadership at our sites from the ones that I've spoken to. That's what I'll say about that. But I also am excited with these areas, these 4 areas, because I'm gonna say it. This is community schools. This is the approach that community schools have. We're educating the whole child by meeting their needs, and we're making sure that they're getting that academic rigor by incorporating everything. And when I listened, and I know I attend a lot of board meetings, but when I was listening to the State Board of Education just a few weeks ago when they were telling us which schools were going to have planning grants. The vision of the State Board of Education is that all of our schools in California have this approach, that every school and every district approach our education of the education of our students like a community school. And this is going to make it that much easier. It's going to take some shifting of paradigms. And it's going to take work, as my colleague said, but I think that I'm hearing from the people that are going to implement it, that they're excited and they're willing to do it. And at the site leadership level, if they're excited, then that's going to transfer down to the rest of the staff, whether they're certificated or classified. So thank you so much. I think at the beginning of the year, you realized, you reflected, and you went and you corrected that, and that's what we need to be doing, and this live document is a testament to that. So thank you very much for your presentation this evening. Yay! Do we need a break? Okay. Yeah. I know. So before we move the consent calendar, there are quite a few items, so we're going to take a short break, and that way anybody else who was here for the presentations can sneak out. So we'll be back just before 9. Okay. Approval of the consent calendar. The following items listed under consent calendar are considered by the board in one action. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless the members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. The staff has withdrawn item 11C subsection L, entitled Consultant Lead Right Educational Consulting LLC. And
that was for, because they were unable to perform the services. And also,
the next one. The staff has also withdrawn item 11T.
correct. So we're pulling that one, which is the playground renovations at various sites by Western State Builders. The district received a bid protest that is under review, and the item will be returned at the June 11th board meeting with recommendations based on the results of the bid protest.
Thank you. Okay. Items that are pulled by the public, 11C subsection F. 11CF. And then any items being pulled by trustee Ramirez Dominguez?
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. I'm pulling C. I don't know what subsection. It was the job description for behavioral support assistant, and for director of curriculum. I don't know if those were kind of
There's C, 11
C.
CC.
C, and
CC.
okay,
Okay.
I'll figure where it's at.
Alrighty. Then CJ,
Mm-hmm.
CL, and then do I need to give you because L has a lot, so do I need to give you pages?
No,
You can
just
do it at
L.
that time once we're at that
okay.
place.
It's multiple ones.
CL.
Mm-hmm. CL. I'm pulling D as in dog, E, F. I'm pulling H, J, K, L, N, O, Q, R, U, and Y.
Bingo.
There you go. You're welcome.
Trustee Tolson?
I'm just pulling I.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
If any that have previously been pulled,
I need to, so I can put that both of you are going to speak.
I'm pulling 11C, 11C,
Mhm.
subsection 11CC,
Mm-hmm.
and subsection 11CL.
Mm-hmm.
Then 11F, 11K, 11N, 11O, and since 11T was pulled, then together I'm pulling 11R and 11W as a one statement, and 11BB.
Trustee Tamayo?
None.
I have no items.
Because they both.
All right. We are pulling items 11CF, 11CC, 11CJ, 11CL, 11D, E, F, H, I, J, K, L, N, like Nancy, O, Q, R, W, U, Y, and BB. Is there a motion to approve the remaining items?
Move to approve the remaining items.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Oh, I wanted to know who pulled 11I. I did. Okay, and 11W?
You did.
W? No, I
For a
did.
statement.
Oh, I
You
see, for
said
the one statement. Thank you.
Okay.
statement.
There's been a motion by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston. Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo?
Aye.
Ugarte?
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to go through. I'll do it alphabetical order. Please stop me if I skip one. I have the list here. Item 11CC. Wait, I had it open.
Correct.
I think it's the job descriptions, right?
Job descriptions.
Yes, they are. And are those at the end of the item?
They're at the middle of the item,
Okay.
page 3.
Okay, so trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Yes. Okay, so for the behavioral support specialist, that used to be the instructional assistant, behavioral support specialist assistant. My question is, are we of what I understand, we're providing one of these for every school. Is this a sustainable move from us, or are we creating a potential problem for the next
Dr. Reyes?
school year?
So, can you clarify the question before
So, of what we've had in previous meetings is that we create jobs. We have IA openings or a certain position for people, and then coming next year, we, because of need or because of budget or because of anything, now we say, oh, this school no longer needs this. So, it's my question here is, are we potentially creating a future problem, or is this something that can be sustained?
Yeah, so a couple things. One is that this particular, President Ugarte, if you let me know how you want me to answer this, because I know that this is for the job description. So you want me to?
That, yeah, and this is if you'll answer with that, this is, if Mr. Romero can just explain that this is a job description and what we normally do with job descriptions.
Correct. So the actual item is to modify the job description.
Okay.
So I can speak to that. Actually, if you can speak to the changes that were made to the job description and why they were made.
Yeah, with pleasure. And so one of the strongest concerns that we've been working with is how to support and manage behaviors at our school sites. So this job description was worked closely with Sharon Casey and our CVCEO president, Angela Reed, to address some of the concerns that have been shared throughout the past couple of years, and really how we monitor and manage student behavior in our classrooms and supports. So the data that we're using from what we've been experiencing this year was influencing the changes and updates to this job description to make it more aligned with the duties and responsibilities that we feel would be how we'd be able to respond to crises that are happening at our school sites, in our classrooms.
And this gives us the ability to hire this job.
Correct, yes.
And there's no people, since this isn't, it's, okay, clarifying. This is a change in the job description, so there's no one in these positions right now.
Correct. We're going to be, if it gets approved, it gives us the ability to now post and hire.
Okay. That one's done.
If I can piggyback on your question and maybe help you a little bit here. The supporting documentation says that the funding source for this position will be the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. You're projecting to hire 43 positions for $2.7 million. What is the term of that grant?
So,
what is
Pong?
the term of the grant for the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant?
We're able to spend those funds through June 2028.
So, trying to understand a little bit more, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez question. So, if we hire these positions, we would have guaranteed funding for them until 2028.
Go ahead.
No, we would not have guaranteed funding.
So it's like an allocation of money, and we have till 2028 to spend it?
Correct, but there are different variables that are in play right now. And so, based on the reductions, so the issue that we have right now, well, all the school districts have, is that we're facing possible reductions. However, we don't know if we're going to get them, and and if we do, to what extent. And so, it puts districts in a very complicated position because on one hand, you know, we did a needs assessment, we did, and for example, in our site visits and listening tour, it was very evident, overwhelmingly, from certificated, classified, and administrators, the need to have behavioral supports. So we took that very seriously. So you know that came out as our number one priority, and so at this point, the decision was made based on that need in the classrooms to have direct support, behavioral supports, but at the same time, and then right now we have the grant that we can use. So for this coming year, yes, we have the money for this coming year, but as changes come, as things come and impact the budget, then we have to make adjustments, and that's when the conversations come into place as what adjustments do we need to make, right? So that's why it's complicated, because we have no guarantees right now on where we're going to be going, both from state and federal.
Okay.
Mr. Pong?
We're also in the process of the implementation of the CYBHI grant, which would help cover some of the mental health services, but that's for ongoing funding for these type of positions.
A couple of questions based on that, on grants. So this would be, I'm imagining here, Ms. Sharon Casey worked with this description in support of the rigorous learning for all. That's the intent also. I know we need them, rigorous learning or not, we need them. But to work closely with and to support MTSS, right? Because that's my new baby.
And I'm glad to hear that.
Okay.
Yes. So it's part of it. So one of the things, I mean, right now you're mentioning something very important. There cannot be rigorous learning if there's behavioral issues.
Right.
Right. Not for the students, and not for the student that's presenting those behaviors, but also for the rest of the students. Mm-hmm. And so we have to be able to support teachers and classrooms.
Sure.
And so, again, that's why this is a priority.
Oh, I completely, I'm on board.
Yeah.
But you mentioned grants. May I direct myself to grants, Mr. Pong? So does each department, tell me how this works. Does each department or each discipline apply for grants on their own?
We can't, right now, it went to grants because of the specific grant funding
Okay.
this position, but we can't ask questions about grants right now.
Okay. So, but he mentioned grants, so does the question then is he going to continue to apply for grants to support these behavioral specialists?
Yes, so we continuously apply for grants. In fact, today I spoke to one of the directors, and she's applying for another grant. So we're always continuously applying for grants. Again, some of the grants are being, I don't know, I don't want to say targeted, but are being, well, yeah, targeted for possible reductions. But because we don't know if and the extent, then we have to assume, we have to go by the numbers that we have today.
Okay, thank you.
And I know that we're talking about a job description. However, my concern right now is during COVID, we hired a lot of people with that grant money. And as you said, Dr. Reyes, behavioral support assistance is something that we need. When this money runs out, we're going to be in the same position that we're right now with psychologists, with counselors and stuff like that, where we need them, we see their value, but we can't fund it. Or we're looking to cut other programs. So I just ask that if we do approve this and if we do post positions, that we let it know to the whoever's applying that it's grant-based funding.
You're right. Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Trustee Dominguez, Ramirez Dominguez, you had another job description?
I had a question on Director of Curriculum and Instruction. My question was, is there someone in this position already?
Dr. Reyes?
No, it's vacant.
Okay, so we're developing this position in the midst of laying people off because financial things. So why do we need this position?
So, so a couple of things. One is we're not developing the position exists.
Okay.
We're simply, there are a couple of things that we need to change. One of them, I believe, is the person reports, who the person reports to. That was one of the main changes. So the position has existed for many years, but the person who they would report to has changed. So that's one of the changes.
So we're not creating the position, but there's no one in this position right now.
It's unfilled.
Was there a reason why?
Unfilled.
Was it posted? Was it open to the public to apply, or is something that we're going to do after?
So we need to wait till we make the changes. If approved, then we would post it. So what we don't want to do is we want to post it, hire someone, and then make the changes. So we want to make sure that we follow the right sequence of steps.
Okay.
Any other, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, everybody's name today, so, Dominguez Cervantes, you pulled C as well?
But it's been answered in
Okay, okay. And did you have any more under CC?
Under CC, no.
Okay. So now CF was pulled by the public. We have one speaker, Berta Lopez. It's 3. Agenda items are 3.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that change.
Hasn't changed.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue with it. I wanted to bring something up to your attention. On April the 24th, and Dr. Reyes has been copied on all my emails that I've been sending, I attended a neurodiversity workshop, along with about 40 parents, and in fact, some of the parents are here. At the end of the meeting, it was a wonderful workshop. At the end of the meeting, I went to Giovanna Castro, and I asked her that I wanted to meet, I asked the question, I wanted to meet Ms. Veronica Casanova, and she told everyone, including myself, that Ms. Casanova was not there today. Okay, so at the end of the meeting, I approached Ms. Casanova again, and I asked her if I can go ahead and have a meeting with her so I can go ahead and talk to her about parental involvement. And she said, yes, definitely. She goes, let me give you my card and we'll make an appointment. Meanwhile, I had about 3 parents that were waiting for me to talk, for me to talk to them. So then once we got that through, I went outside, and then I was doing something else outside, and then one of the 3 parents that were waiting for me, she basically said, you know, I'm not sure what's going on, but I was told that I'm not to talk to you. And I said, well, that's wrong. I said, I have very extensive parent involvement in the San Diego County, and I'm well known as a parent advocate. So I kind of didn't think about it at that time, but I decided to go ahead and write an email, which Dr. Reyes was copied. On April the 28th, I went ahead and I wrote another email to Ms. Castro, and I said that I wanted to have a meeting. She did respond to me, but she also responded to Ms. Casanova, and she responded to Dr. Reyes. And then on May 1st, I became aware that Ms. Veronica Casanova was no longer working in the district. However, On the 24th, we were misled. Why? Why aren't people being transparent? And it did not have nothing to do with a personnel item. I wish that somebody would have just said from the very beginning, Ms. Casanova is no longer working for the district. Instead of just misleading me, not only me, but misleading the parents. So to me, that's very disrespectful, Dr. Reyes. And you were made aware because I copied you in all the emails, and I have them here. So what I'm concerned about is that Ms. Casanova is the director of communications, and she did tell me that she was the director of parent engagement. So if she was the parent engagement, why wasn't she told that she had resigned, not on April 19th, Mr. Romero? I believe that she resigned on April 18th. So I just wanted to make you aware that tell the truth. That's all I want. Tell the truth and be transparent. Don't tell us any lies. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Item 11CJ.
In our J says Tristar Risk Management Insurance Company, January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. There's no more information in this. I just wanted to know about these.
Dr. Reyes?
Ms. Romero?
Yes, TriStar is our workers' comp broker, and the TriStar was renegotiating the terms with the district. The district, through some very stern bargaining on behalf of, through Jenny Vignac, negotiated a rate that was more acceptable to us. And so they finally agreed upon that rate, and we're bringing that forward today.
Okay. Do we talk about like the amount of money we're paying, or that's something?
Dr. Reyes? For K.
For
J,
for
sorry,
J.
for J.
Yes.
Yeah, so do you have the amounts that we're paying?
Yes, the amount, do you have it?
I don't have it.
The amount's missing.
No, he's asking Mr. Pong.
Yeah, I didn't look. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't have the amount with me right now.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Romero, is TriStar the company that we've been using so far?
We've been using TriStar for the last couple decades.
Okay.
Yeah.
Item CL. And this was both trustee Ramirez Dominguez and Dominguez Cervantes.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want me to go one by one?
Where did my?
Because there is multiple ones on CL.
Yeah, we're gonna do one at a time.
Okay.
The first one.
So she speaks to one consultant, and I have the same
If
question.
you
I
have
can
the
jump
one,
in
you
there?
can,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So I have on July 10th, the board approved a contract with Alliance for African Assistance for Services July 1st to June 30th for $10,000. Now they're asking for $5,000 more, and my question is, why do you need $5,000 more?
Dr.
Ms.
Reyes?
Casey?
This is a contract that we use for interpretation and services for special education.
Okay.
And so we needed more to cover the funds for the rest of the school year.
To what, to Spanish or English or?
Multiple languages. They do 180
Oh, okay.
different languages, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question to that one too. I know last year we approved classified jobs for immigrant students, and there's a long list of the different languages. Is there overlap between the two? Or is it like that on the April 27th, 2024? We approved for immigrant students, we support for Spanish, Arabic, Farsi, Japanese, Korean, Mandarin, Russian, Tagalog, and Thai. And I don't know if that contract is still active or not, because it was approved last year, April 27th. And I didn't know if there was an overlap or not.
Yeah, Ms. Perez?
Yes, what you approved last year on April was the job descriptions for immigrant and family student support. This is different. This is not
not an overlap.
Global, the African Alliance, that's interpretation services and translation services for multiple languages. Family, immigrant, and student support are actual staff members that would work for our district that would go out to school sites to support newcomer families. The reason why we had the job descriptions updated was in the event that we wanted to hire someone to fill those positions, the job description no longer said instructional assistant, and we actually worked with Angela Reed on those because they aren't exactly instructional assistants, but they are family and student support. So it's something different.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, another item, trustee Ramirez Dominguez and CL.
Yes. On July 10th, 2024, the board approved a contract with Emergis Healthcare Staffing from July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. An amendment is required for an additional $400,000, and it will be paid from different accounts. I just want to know, that's a big number.
Dr. Reyes?
Ms. Casey?
Yes. So this is a non-public agency that we use for sub-staffing and teachers when we can't find special education teachers. So right now they're filling 5 teacher vacancies, 28 one-on-one aides for students, and they're subbing in positions at our sites where we can't get subs. So we needed to increase the contract to utilize the sub support through the rest of the school year.
And that is not the same subbing situation that it's happening that we hear.
It is subbing for special education aides, yes.
So we have the money to pay them?
These are non-public agency aides. So through this contract, we're funding that, yes.
But it's
So
coming from
these are not the same subs that keep hearing that we're paying $16.50. These are different subs.
These are different subs, and it's coming from different funding source.
Okay.
Question on the same item.
Yes.
Emergis, how much do they get paid an hour?
I'm not sure what they get paid an hour. I believe we pay $30 an hour.
Okay, we pay 30.
For all positions or subs?
No, for the aid positions.
For the aid, okay.
Okay, and so that's for the aides, and for the substitute teachers, sped?
So I don't.
It depends on the.
It does,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so on that note, then I know that we've heard even from the podium that some of the staff that is sent to these schools, they can't change diapers. So they have the on-site county, back from when I was in the county, the CVESD staff do the changing of the diapers. Is that correct?
Yes, but these aides are behavior support.
Okay.
They're not working they might fill some SA positions if we're in a pickle, but they're typically for the behavior supports for one-on-ones for students.
Thank you. That obviously sounds really terrible for our existing instructional aides.
The other thing that we need to remember is that even though we pay $30 to the company to bring a substitute, that is the total that we pay, right, per hour.
And the staff gets less.
Probably. Now, if we were to hire somebody, even at $16.50, it's not $16.50, right? Because we still need to pay into our payroll tax, our retirement, our leaves. So the total compensation package for an instructional assistant is probably closer to that $30. So there's not a lot of difference. The only difference is for a district is that we can use them on a temporary basis once we hire somebody that's here, right?
So an instructional aide that works for CVESD that works 4 hours, they get compensation, they have medical?
4 hours, yes.
For 4 hours?
Yes.
They have compensation, okay. So the 2 hour, less than 4 hours?
Less than 4 hours, no. The minute you cross that threshold into 4 hours, you get
Once it
compensation.
hits 4,
Mhm.
it still doesn't sound good.
It doesn't sound right if you don't have the full context of it, right? But once you get the context, it's not that different.
Thank you.
CL, the next one?
Yes. I'm going down the line. It says Impossible Science will provide innovative educational experiences by blending science and magic to inspire curiosity. The shows will be provided at Sonia Sotomayor and will create a week-long experience for every child that participates in the Lead Academy Summer. Services will be provided from June 1st through May 31st, 2026. The sum will not exceed $66,000. My question here is this only for the summer, or is Sotomayor going to have more events following? Because it's being paid through May 31st, 2026. So I don't know why the date. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. The contract is for that period of time. This is specifically for the summer. However, if we have the contract available and this extra funding, it allows us to, if we want to, it allows us to have that service be provided without having to bring it back to the board.
So now the $66,000 are only paying for the 1 week of the lead summer.
Ms. Morales?
So what happens is our students that are at all of our different sites for our Lead Summer Academy, they use that as a 4-day field trip. So each student attends a 4-day field trip that we just added at Sotomayor. So they have that in addition to all of the other Summer Academy offerings that we have. So instead of sending them to a different place, it's more cost effective actually for us to bring this program in, set it up at one of our schools, and then have our students rotate through it for 4 days.
So we would say that they're going to be using it from June. It says June 6th, obviously, that we're still in school. But from the first week of vacation till the last week of vacation, it will continue?
Our Summer Academy runs for 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Yeah, so we don't do it for the whole vacation,
Okay.
but for 3 weeks of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
The next one?
Did you have?
I had one before that,
Okay.
but do
Okay.
you want me to go to that one?
Mhm.
Okay. Robert Gray, psychologist. That was it's right before the
before,
Impossible Science, yes. Pseudo educational services. And services commenced July 1, 2024. So I'm just curious as to why we're going back that far. Great if we're just reconciling things, we're seeing things that haven't been done, but I just wanted to find out why
Dr.
we're going
Reyes?
retro.
Ms. Casey?
Yes. So Robert Gray does IEEs, so independent educational evaluations for us. And the original contract started July 1, was approved, and then we're adding funding to this for him to do another IEE. I know it's not written out that way. I just
thank
noticed
you.
it too. Yes.
I kept reading it, and okay, that's not.
But it was to add an additional IEE that a parent had requested.
All right. Not to exceed 17,000
Correct.
for one.
For the contract in general, one IEE is 4260, I believe now, 4250.
Thank you.
The next one?
Inside Global LLC will provide pre-employment screening and recommendations for Chief Operating Officer position. Services will be provided May 22nd, 2025 through June 30th, 2025. The fees for the service not to exceed $12,000.
Dr. Reyes?
Yes.
Well, what's the question though?
I want more information.
Oh, okay. So what we want to do is for Chief Operating Officer, which is a cabinet position, what we want to do is we want to make sure that as we go through the screening process, so it's very different. Let's say a principal that's within our field, and we're able. It's easier for us to determine, what are some of the needs and some of the expertise, et cetera, that our principal needs to have to be successful, because that's our field. Chief Operating Officer is sort of in a different field, which deals with facilities, etc. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that we hire an external company to do the initial pre-screening, and so let's say, I'm just going to throw numbers. Let's say we have 30 applicants. They would do the screening, they would do the pre-screening and the screening, and they would do the initial cut and refer the top 7 to the district once they vetted the top applicants. That way we know that a third party who has experience in this type of positions and expertise in this type of experience positions gives us the top qualified applicants.
So, does this mean that we already, like, this position is open, we have people already that applied?
Yes.
Okay. And how do we know what criteria they will be selecting from? Is this something that you're bringing forward? Is there extra documentation that we need to see, or who determines that?
So I'm going to leave it to Mr. Romero to answer, but it's primarily they do this for many different companies. But Mr. Romero?
Yeah, so Insight Global is the world's largest recruitment company. They have thousands of offices throughout the country. So we have used them for different services in the past. So the primary metrics that they use is the job description. So they take the job description, which was just created and approved by the board, I think like a year ago. They take that job description and then take the applicants and they screen the applicants based on what the job description says. And they have a rubric that's used in a scoring system that matches the applicant's resume and recommendations with the job description. And then based on that scoring metrics, they provide the top, we're saying 10 candidates, 7 to 10 candidates to bring forward to Mr. Pong and his team to conduct the interviews after that.
Okay. So you mentioned they've been used before. Have we used them specifically for chief operating officer? Or previously did we just hire and went through the regular process instead of using Insight?
Well, you weren't on the board yet, but so before we didn't post the position. It was an internal candidate that was moved to that position. So we didn't. This is the first time we're posting.
This is the first time we're posting this position.
Yes.
And this is the first time we're using Insight Global for this position because.
Correct. But however, we've used other third-party agencies for different candidates. Mr. Romero, for example, was hired through a third party.
Okay.
Or recruited. Not hired.
Yeah. So, okay. So they will do the initial vetting and then we will go through what are the next steps.
I'm sorry?
So once they do their job, you said they will bring up the applicants and then
the district takes over, correct.
Okay. They will have the regular with the leaders and the meeting and all those.
Correct, the regular steps.
Okay.
I pulled it too. So I have to, in full disclosure, last month, immediately after our meeting on April 16th, meeting was already over, and I approached our president, Lucy Ugarte, and asked her if we were going to go through a third party, or that I recommended that we should go through a third party in light of just the current environment and the fact that we're going to have FICMAT going through the process, that sort of thing. And I did follow up with some emails afterwards, so I don't know what the process is, and you're more experienced. I sent you a couple of emails, President Ugarte, and asking, referencing this, and also where we're going to meet so we could select an agency who was going to do it, and I didn't get a response. So I don't know what the protocol is. Should I have expected you to respond to me?
I can answer. As you know, I disclosed today, I've been disclosing I'm having problems with the email system, but I didn't see an email, and because you brought it forward, I brought it to the superintendent so that they could do this. We don't usually vet the companies.
I know that we have bids, because it's almost, I don't know, that's why I was asking you for that background. But, so if we're having problems still with our IT, I know that Karen Dominguez says that she has come here to get her messages, but I just feel a little slighted that I hadn't gotten a response, because you said you come here and you've been here
Well,
so
and
often.
I brought it to the superintendent.
Thank you.
Correct.
Is there another item, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez or
Yes.
Dominguez Cervantes,
One right
in the
after that
next
one.
one?
Yes.
I have one right after that if
Go
she
for it.
doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, lead right, educational consulting, provide literacy workshops for the parent community. I think that's great. At Heritage, being paid through it would be their Title I funds, correct? Their site, Title I funds. I'm just wondering, and I've brought this up before when I see something that,
I'm sorry, that was pulled?
Oh, that was the one that was pulled?
That one was pulled?
Yes.
Lead
That was
right?
pulled
Okay.
because they're unable to perform the services.
Oh, geez, get excited about nothing. Okay, thank you.
Next one.
Thank you, Araceli.
I have group consulting services. They will provide consulting services to assist the district in filling all related applications, documents, and support for Universal Services Administration Company. I just want to know, for the Schools and Library Division E-rate funding program, services will be provided July 1st, and the sum not to exceed $26,000. It's not very clear to me what's happening here, so can you please let me know?
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Pong.
So Rupi Consulting is a consulting independent contractor that assists us with E-rate, which is a federal program where they help to fund about 85% of our technology infrastructure, like servers and things like that. So it's a very specialized service that they help us through the application process. They help us prepare the bidding documents and awarding the contracts for that. So we receive about close to $1 million over 3 years. It's a multi-year grant period.
So thanks to their help, we have received the money?
Yes, they help us receive those grants.
Okay.
Receive or process? Does it mean the same
So
thing?
we can receive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next one. On July 10th, 2024, the board approved the contract with EBAL Group, $98,000. It needs an amendment for $150,000 more.
So, yeah, so it wasn't 98, it was 980.
Oh, yeah, 980, sorry.
Ms. Casey?
Yes, so we use EBAL Group for our speech and language agency staff, and so we needed to add another speech and language staff member.
Okay. And another one. It was confusing to me on the just the following one to that, July, about the regents of the University of California, that we're paying $10,000, and now it needs to be amended to $40,000 more. And it's so interesting to me that when we are given this, like, a vendor or a contractor comes and we approve it thinking we're only going to pay $10,000, and then for it to come back a few months later and say, or a year later almost, and say, oh, by the way, we need $40,000 more. That's 4 times the amount that we agreed to pay to begin with.
Ms. Casey, can you, talk about this one, but I think it would behoove the board to explain how the cost for special education is really difficult to truly target the exact amount because we have new students, we have changes in the IEPs, we have in the independent evaluations. So you can provide that information.
Sure. So this contract in particular, if you look, it goes through the end of June 30th of 2026. That's why the larger increase. This is, so we consult with two different doctors, Dr. Terrace and Dr. Piper, who we use to consult with when we have medically fragile students or medical needs on our campuses that we need them to talk to their doctors. And so this is what that contract is, but the large increase is because it's through the next school year. They require us to do their full school, this calendar year. So that's why this is an increase there. But typically with SPED contracts, this is what's so hard to navigate for the beginning of the school year. We meet with the budget team and we determine, okay, based on what we know right now, here's what we think we're going to need for that year for agency staff, for special ed teachers, for non-public agency aides, for IEEs, for comp ed services. We estimate the best we can at the beginning of the school year. When things with special ed staff, we know things change and flow and our students come and go. And so we can't always predict the costs that we're going to need for staffing or for comp ed or for IEEs. And so it's a moving target for us every year. This year in particular, it's a little more than normal. We've had a lot of different behavior needs and things on our campuses that have, so these numbers coming forward at the end of the school year is definitely unusual right now. But I'm going to meet with my team to do a better estimate for next school year as they roll in. So,
because are we funded for this? Is this something? Because I know we can approve of it, but are we digging us deeper in the red every time we do these things?
So this is something that we have to do because of special ed, and we have to comply with the IEPs.
So we have the funds for this.
Even
Yes,
if
we
we
have
didn't
to.
have it.
But even if we didn't, well, I want to know. Even if we didn't, this is something that needs to be done. So prioritize,
this
maybe
the non-negotiable.
cut the spending somewhere else so we can
Yes.
do this.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I think.
President Ugarte, before we continue.
Let us finish, can we finish just this item and then I'll move the next item. Did you have any more?
TNT Consulting.
Okay.
TNT Consulting. I know we had a renewal last, maybe, was it not less than a year ago when they came before us, or maybe after, when I started raising the concern about the air quality back when we were not getting with that landfill, and then at the same time we get the sewage and the schools on the west side, and talking about getting testing for the water and the air quality. One of our biggest focus is wellness, and so staff and children were kind of left behind on that. But when they did a test last time, I believe they came back and said, oh, we tested, but there was no lead. Well, if you're testing just for cannabis, you're not going to find the cocaine, and you're not going to find, you're not going to find this other stuff. But it was supposed to grow in as far as seeking out those chemicals, those forever chemicals, those things people are smelling and inhaling and getting sick on. And so I don't know if this is the same thing from the same contract from the last time, and if so, when it says indoor air quality evaluations, what does this really mean? As far as translated to me, as far as, okay, they're going to hit all the schools on the west side and they're going to hit the schools on the southeast side, because we're closer to the sewage, we're closer to the landfill, and then the west side because of the water. There's just so many things. What are they going to do for us?
Yeah, so a company, this particular company, what they do is as things come up at our school sites or district office, so for example, sometimes somebody might say, I believe there's lead. There's the paint has lead, or maybe there's some other, it's smelling weird. Is it gas? Whatever. So what we do is we for safety of the staff and the students, we hire a company to test, and if there is something going on, then we go ahead and fix it.
So it has to be initiated by something that we're smelling, because
correct. As things happen, or if we're going to make, for example, it could be that we're going to make some kind of change, structural change, or some that we may need to test it before we do it.
Things become normalized because that's just the way it always smells. So you think it's okay, but it's not. So I'll continue to ask, and if I could say it firmer, I would, that we need to test the air quality. I understand Trustee Tamayo has said that he's pretty close to this landfill back over there. Summer's going to come, and that stench.
Oh, that stench is there.
Yeah. So see, is it normal? Not for
Normal-
you, it
not
is.
for now.
Well, right. It becomes, we normalize it. I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to, on days, quite frankly, if it's just too hot to go out there because and the scent is worse, where we decide, you know what, we have to do indoor activities. As much as we hate to, which is the lesser of the two evils? I don't know do we need to get another firm that tests for these things? What are we going to do about this? It's in your corner now. What are we going to do about this?
Well, I mean, the
Not
item.
your corner,
oh,
his corner.
Sorry.
The item.
But still, the item is, we approve this or not if we
Right.
add more.
So are they not going to do that? They don't do any of that of what I'm speaking of then?
No, they don't.
Okay. I'll bring it up in my
Any other items under C?
Nope. Let me see.
Move to approve 11C with the exception of 11CJ due to the lack of money or
Yeah.
for the contract.
Do you have a second?
CJ is which one? I'm sorry. There's so much.
CJ was TriStar that it's a contract for a whole year but doesn't have an amount.
Second.
Moved by Vice President.
So you wouldn't be approving that one?
Yeah.
Okay. So can we do this? Can we, Mr. Pong, are you able to get the amounts? Because we need to approve that one.
Bring it back as a ratification.
I'm sorry?
Ratification.
Ratification.
We'll bring back as ratification, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Ramirez Dominguez. All, Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. We need to, and Dr. Reyes and I were over here discussing this, we need to have a motion, and we can only do it one time to extend the meeting so that we don't expire. And and considering how many items we have, I'll leave it to you.
There's a rule that the board meetings end at 10:30 unless the board takes an action to extend the meeting. Now, we pulled a lot of items and we still have to go back to closed session.
Public hearing.
And we have some public hearings. So there's still a lot of work to be done. And because we only can extend it one time, and I apologize sincerely to staff for doing this, I move to extend the board meeting to 2 a.m. You don't have to use it all. You can summarize your questions because you should have asked these questions during our one-on-ones, but we can summarize. But because we can only extend once, 2 in the morning.
I second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes. Motion carries 5-0.
Again, you don't have to use it all.
Okay. Next item that was pulled is item 11D, like David.
Yes. I understand that this, like, we have to do transportation testing. We have a transportation testing program. I just want to know, the San Diego County Superintendent, that's what we're doing, approving the agreement with the San Diego County Superintendents to utilize them as the agent to conduct the risk management. Is there another option for us to do this, or this is the way that we usually
Dr. Reyes?
do it?
Do you mind if you want to do D and E, or because
Yeah,
actually
we
the
can-
answer is
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that fine?
Yeah, Ms. Sprung, can you explain? Can you share with the board why we're doing it with them? What's the benefit to us, and for both D and E, in a clear and succinct manner?
Right, so we're already a member of the JPA, the Joint Powers Authority, with the County Office of Education. And so these are programs that they offer that we can opt into. And so the first one is for, just as it says, drug testing for our transportation or whoever drives district vehicles. And then the second one is for our employee assistance program. So if any of our employees are having like mental health struggles or things like that, they can call that assistance program.
Do these have any fiscal, do they cost us money?
Yes.
Okay. I would just like to ask that for the future, that we have those amounts, because, you know.
It says right there.
Says.
The district will pay a monthly fee equal to the charges of the DOT drug testing services rendered
I don't
from the
have-
general fund.
I don't have that.
It's on the agenda.
The big agenda. Or your computer in the
Your
front.
computer. When you click on the board agenda item, it'll take you to that.
Okay. Let
And
me find it.
at the bottom, it says fiscal impact, funding source. I'll be happy to read it for you.
I see it. Is this something that's given to us at our one-on-ones? Since
yes,
we
but
were supposed to ask all these questions there?
Yes, it's part of the big packet that I gave you. So you have the agenda.
One of these?
And
Yes.
then all.
Okay.
Those are all the supplemental materials, and that contains that
It should
information.
be there. I will find it just to make sure that we're giving all the information. Okay. So this one and the next one, I have no more questions. I don't know if anybody else does.
No, yours is next. Okay, these D and E are action items.
Move to approve D and E.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Item 11F, I believe both Trustee Ramirez Dominguez and Dominguez Cervantes pulled this.
Yes. So for the approved salary schedule, I know that it is, or correct me if I'm wrong, in our one-on-one, I was told that this is only to include the portion that says that nurses are included. Is there anything else I should know?
No. Mr. Romero, was there anything else? Because I remember that it was adding a bullet, which says salary schedule is applicable to nurses.
Yeah, so the certificated teacher salary schedule, we added nurses. There was a couple positions that were approved at the last board meeting. And so those were updates that were added to the classified management schedule. And then one position that was on the certificated management schedule that was approved last month. So the program specialist, special ed position. And so as those positions are approved by the board, we then the next month bring them forward to add them to the salary schedule.
Yeah, so the salary schedule is not, the actual schedule is not being modified. It's just the updating of what has been approved.
Okay, and I have a question. Since we are in the nurses, and I know it's the schedule for 2024, 2025, does that mean, it says right here that there's no fiscal impact to the district, but does that mean, my understanding or to my question is, are the nurses gonna be getting back pay? Are they getting better payment?
So this has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
This is about the salary schedule, meaning that where it lists the positions and how much they paid. So it's information on how people get paid within
Yes.
that category.
Yeah, I
So-
understand, but if we're including the nurses, my assumption is that the nurses will be included in the schedule and whatever
Yeah,
the
so-
progress and however they get paid, and that is included.
So they've always gotten paid. It's just a matter of including it in the schedule. They were
Okay.
left out of the schedule.
So
Nothing's changing.
nothing's changed for them. It's just that it wasn't in the schedule.
Correct.
Okay.
Quick question on the management salary schedule. It calls out the attendance and wellness. Is that the same position that was last month on the certificated list of potential cuts?
Correct.
So how can it be in two? Well, shouldn't that position then be over in certificate with the teacher schedule? Because I don't understand how that position could be in two places. It's here on the management schedule, but it was also on the certificated.
Management.
Because the management are certificated.
Okay, so then that means this person can go back to teach.
If you're in management and you have you have a teaching credential, for example, and you are no longer in that position, yes, you would go back to teaching.
Thank you.
Or psychologist, you would go back to
Whatever.
psychologist.
Thank you.
This is an action item.
Move to approve 11F.
A second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes. Motion carries 5-0.
Each.
And we are now at 11H.
Yes. It says approve medical collaborative recommendations to use medical LEA BOP fundings for 25-26. As I read the impact, my question was, is the medical, hold it, I have my question written. What kinds of services are covered by this? Yeah.
Dr. Reyes?
So, Ms. Casey, can you share with the board what the actual item is?
Sure.
Yeah.
So our service providers, when they provide services to students, they can build Medi-Cal, and we get funding back for that. And so that funding can be used to supplement, not supplant. And so the Medi-Cal Collaborative has designated these funds to the certain groups that actually bill to get these services. So for example, they want to allocate $450,000 to family resource centers. The SPED group, they want to give $2.3 million back to them, and typically they'll use that for trainings. Additional staff is needed anywhere that's not supplanting, but by providing additional support. And the collaborative is made up of community members, management, certificated staff, classified staff, and they make these decisions and they bring to the board how they want this money to be allocated.
Okay. Just to clarify, these funds are available. We're just allocating to what we're paying for.
We're allocating to those certain groups to be able to use those funds to supplement their work, yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
This is an action item.
Move to approve 11H.
Second. Was that you, Trustee Dominguez?
Second, trustee.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes. All, Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes, Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes. Motion carries 5-0. Item 11I.
That is aye. Just a quick question, and I apologize because I should have asked it on my one-on-one. When we're tied, I see it's for Amazon, use of Amazon until 2027. When we have these multi-year type contracts, can we still research other prices throughout the years to see if we find lower prices? Or are we tied to them specifically?
Yeah, this is so we can use Amazon. But Mr. Brown, can you share?
Yes, we participate in multiple JPAs, so or consortiums. We participate in the North County Purchasing Consortium, and they do a whole bid every year on items also that we use. So we really use Amazon for items that we can't get off of those bid lists.
Okay, just more simple type purchases. Okay, thank you so much.
Move to approve 11I.
I second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. 11J. Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Yes. We're utilizing a bid to buy computers, Apple computers for $275,832.50. Of what I understand, these computers will go to teachers.
Dr. Reyes?
So this ones go to, is that you, Ms. Sprung?
Correct. It's for certificated staff.
Certificate stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's to replace
But only-
outdated, is that correct?
Correct, but it's only at 6 schools that have adopted more Apple products. Yes.
My other question is, again, we're still in the red, and you mentioned that it is to replace, but is this something we could find grants or funding for? So, how often are we renewing these? My question here is always, or not always, but in the back of my head is, how can we try to be more fiscally responsible? Is this something that we can try to find funding for, so it's not coming out of our budget?
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Wong, do we have any grants?
Currently, there's not a grant for it, but we're working on being on a 5-year replacement cycle. So, when the technology gets outdated in 5 years, then we're refreshing at that time.
Yeah, so this type of expenditures, I absolutely agree. We have we have to be very careful with we have to be fiscally responsible. We are a school district, so things like textbooks, computers, teaching resources, those are, we have to be able to provide those. We have to be able to provide that for students, but also for staff. So I agree, but there are certain things that, we can't have a classroom with outdated computers.
So he mentioned it's a 5-year cycle, so we won't be buying more computers for this specific stuff for the next 5 years.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is more or less the life of a computer, probably extended it, right, Mr. Tamayo?
Yeah, you're extending it by at least a year.
Yeah.
By at least a year. Okay.
This is an action item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Tolston, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes. Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Item 11K pulled by Trustee Ramirez Dominguez and Trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Yes. Oh, okay. I couldn't find it. Sorry. The interfund transfers. And I know you explained this, and can you please explain to the public what K is?
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Brown, can you explain, well, first of all, the fact that all the districts do that, but also when we receive the money, districts receive the money twice a year, and also why we would potentially use this, and then if or have we used this in the last 10, 15 years?
So the interdistrict loan is for when there's a cash shortfall in one of the other in a fund that we can be able to borrow from another fund to help with that cash flow. So, for example, with the LCFF funds, it comes in a certain apportionment every month. With property taxes that we receive, it comes in December and April, and those are kind of like large influx of cashes. And so this is kind of a just in case. As we spend down our reserve, we're spending down our cash, which helps us with our cash flow. And so at those property tax times, we could be receiving between 30 and $40 million in December and April. But in instance, I don't think we had to take out borrow from another fund last time. But when they delayed the property tax deadline a couple years ago, they delayed the property tax money coming to districts. So you're able to borrow from another fund temporarily and then transfer it back to meet your payroll.
And what's the timeline from one to the other to be able to get back the money?
Um,
Okay.
So it has to be within the same fiscal year.
Okay. So that'll be
This is an action item.
Move to approve 11K.
I second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston, Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Item 11L, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
It says authorize designated personnel of the Chula Vista Elementary School District to execute documents on behalf of the districts for the next fiscal year and adopt a resolution authorizing designated agents of the Chula Vista Elementary School District to act on behalf of the district for the next fiscal year. Here's my comment. I read who the people are. I just have I think we owe it to the public that the personnel that is under investigation, for the moment, I don't believe we should have them be able to execute resolutions and have this authority for the moment that we're still doing investigation. So that is my comment.
Cool. Move to approve 11L.
I second.
Moved by Trustee or Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Nay.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
I'm sorry, what happened here? She had us, we're not going to talk?
It was a comment. She just said a comment. It was a question.
Okay.
The
I
vote's
think-
been,
I-
the
no,
vote's
nay.
been called. Thank you. Trustee,
Tamayo,
Yes.
Ugarte.
yes. Motion carries 3-2. Item 11N, I believe both Trustee Ramirez Dominguez and Trustee Dominguez Cervantes pulled item N.
And more laptops.
More laptops. The laptops are, we're paying $5,997,045.31. Also, is this in the same schedule of not replacing for 5 years, or do these have to be replaced sooner?
Same schedule.
Same schedule. So for 5 years, we will not have to buy any more computers.
Well, to replace and to, if one gets damaged, etc. Yes, but to do the whole replacement, no.
Do we know how many? I know it's not the same number, but like the percentage amount that we're replacing how often do we replace?
So these computers, according to this item, are only for TK to second grade.
Okay. Again. So, but it's for 5 years. We'll have them for 5 years for only those grades.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, did you have any questions?
No disrespect here, but, and I trust your knowledge and your skills and expertise, but I believe the questions, the answers should be coming from.
I'm just reading what the background information is.
Right, but I just think it's disrespectful.
I think you
Trustee
should
Tamayo.
do the work and read it.
Oh, I did do the work, Mr.
Well.
Tamayo, not nice.
Okay, can you ask your question, please, Trustee?
Yes, no, I have a question. 11N, I'm missing something here. If this was already approved on February the 19th, I just want clarification from Dr. Reyes as to why exactly this is before us today.
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Pong?
So it was brought previously to be able to utilize the contract itself, but now we're actually asking for the authorization of the purchase of the computers.
Thank you.
And this is also for grades 3 through 6.
Got it. Thank you. I did read it.
So you're saying it is 3 through 6 or only K or TK to second?
Dr. Reyes?
It's 3 through 6.
So it is 3 through 6. So maybe what's on the website, Mr. Tamayo, is not right.
It's towards the bottom.
So, if you look at the agenda item in the supplementals, right before additional data, it says, in addition to the district migration to Chrome, the one-time purchase of systems for grades 3 through 6 is necessitated by existing computers being out of warranty and sites no longer having enough devices to hand out to meet their needs.
Okay, so it's 3 through 6. All right.
And refurbishing of TK through second, correct?
Refurbishing the other one.
Which makes
Yes.
good sense.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yes.
So whatever they were using right now, you're gonna move them to
The ones in
TK.
working
Okay, I got
condition.
it.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
This is an action item.
Move to approve 11N.
I second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Item 11O, both Trustee Ramirez Dominguez and Trustee Dominguez Cervantes pulled this item.
Yes, we're buying more computers. Not from Hewlett Packard. Can I know specifically? I have my question says. Sorry. Is this also on that schedule? I want to make sure that we're all in the same schedule. We're only going to spend the money because I understand we need it. And we're being fiscally responsible. So this is the lowest bid, the least amount of money we can spend supplying the need.
Dr.
Correct.
Reyes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, it's great that classified, I think they should have access, but I'm just wondering in what capacity they're going to use it. I know the previous computers were going to be, because they work with Google and this and that, is that the same expectation that the classified will be using these? Is that an intent or not? And if it's not going to be as supportive as the other, I think they were Chrome, the other ones, then why going with this one? Was that considered?
Dr. Reyes.
So it's actually for certificated staff.
Yes. Oh, okay. Why did it say classified, the 11-1-2? Okay.
This is
11O?
like for all the other sites that aren't using the max,
Exactly.
correct?
So sites were given the option to go either Apple or PC, and so this particular sites they chose HPs.
Okay, my mistake. I wrote down classified and it does say certificated.
This is an action item.
Move to approve 11O.
I second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Item 11Q, I believe it was Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Yes.
It does say
For what I
certificated.
understand, and please correct me, this is a grant?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So my next. Okay, so my comment to this was like that I wanted to acknowledge that I know that we're always working to look for grants, but I believe that when we actually get them, it's for $5 million, and we're gonna be we're gonna use it. We're gonna put it to good use. So I just wanted to acknowledge and thank you guys for looking for those grants, because we want more of this.
This is an action item.
Move to approve 11Q.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by, it was you, Ms. Ramirez Dominguez, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Ramirez Dominguez. It's because I wasn't looking up.
Don't worry.
Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Item 11R, pulled by both Trustee Ramirez Dominguez and Trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Yes, this is the playground. Right? No.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, Trustee Dominguez
Yeah,
Cervantes, did
no.
you have a question?
Mine were, I just wanted to thank Business Services for listing the competing bids for transparency purposes. And I'd called out 11R, 11T, and 11W, although one of them was pulled. But I wanted to thank you for doing that.
Move to approve 11R.
I second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes. Motion carries 5-0. Item 11, I think U is next. I don't know my alphabet.
You.
11U.
And it's U.
Yes. Authorize staff to conduct surplus salvage sales via online auctions in conjunction with Public Surplus Incorporated and Cal Auctions as needed. I would like to have more information. I am assuming we pay for these services, so could I know how much we're going to pay them? And I'm trying to see if we have that
Dr.
here.
Reyes?
Mr. Pong.
So it depends on what we sell. In the past, they take a percentage of the sale. So we've received about up to 30,000 in the past years in revenue, actually, for these sales.
So after they take away the percentage,
Mhm.
that's our money. Okay.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes? Or were you just going to say?
No, I
the
didn't.
same? Oh, you didn't, I had circled it, I thought you did.
Move to approve 11U.
I second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Item 11W, both Trustee Dominguez Ramirez and Dominguez. I'm getting my names all mixed up today.
made my
Ramirez,
statement.
Dominguez Cervantes, both pulled this item.
Right, and I made my statement
Okay,
on it.
perfect. So you're.
Oh, no, I didn't pull this one. I pulled Y.
Move to
Okay.
approve 11W.
I second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. 11Y. Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Approve the amendment number 2 of ground lease and operating agreement for the development, operation, and management of senior citizen housing project between the Chula Vista Elementary School District and Seniors on Broadway. Can you again clarify for the public what this means, Mr.
Dr. Reyes.
Dr. Reyes? Thank you.
Mr. Pong.
So the Seniors on Broadway is where we have a lease agreement with MAC, and they are, in the agreement, we gave them an extension to come current on their rent. We're giving them another extension in order for them not to default as they work on some restructuring, and we're giving them an extension to October 31st.
October 31st, 2025. Okay.
This is an action item.
Move to approve 11Y.
I second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Item 11BB. Trustee,
Me.
Both of you, Ramirez Dominguez and Dominguez Cervantes. The travel? Or was it just you? Okay, sorry, I circled it. Okay. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
I had one question, the biliteracy symposium. I didn't look at last month's travel requests to see, I thought we approved it last month, so I'm wondering why it's here. Just remind me, please.
Dr. Reyes?
Araceli, do you have that information?
A couple were added at the last minute.
Or add
Some were
after?
additions? So which ones were added? So should we still have those that were previously approved on here?
No, we removed the ones that were previously approved. The ones that are on there are the additions.
The additions, thank you. Move
This is
to
an
approve?
action item. Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. At this time, I would like to welcome Mr. Jason Romero to announce our newly hired and promoted employees.
Thank you. President Ugarte, Governing Board, and Superintendent Dr. Reyes. My pleasure tonight to introduce our recently promoted employees. So we have Maria Aguilar Gamez, who is moving from van driver to bus driver. Congratulations, Maria. Mary Lou Garcia Ruiz, who's sorry, Mark, instructional assistant ELL to school secretary. Congratulations, Mary Lou. Malia Hall, who's moving from lead buyer to lead buyer, a higher lead buyer. Congratulations, Malia. Saul Wessel Jr., who's moving from custodian 1 to custodian 2. Congratulations, Saul. Zachary Lines, who's moving from instructional assistant special education to instructional assistant behavior specialist. Congratulations, Zachary. Jose Nolasco, who's moving from van driver to bus driver. Congratulations, Jose. Sarai Nangurai, who's moving from instructional assistant special ed to instructional assistant behavior specialist. Congratulations, Sarai. George Perez, who's moving from custodian 1 to custodian 2. Congratulations, George. And that concludes our promoted employees.
Congratulations, everyone.
If anyone's here. Oh, no. No one's here.
They might be watching. All right. Public hearings. The public hearing section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on specific items. Persons wishing to address the board on any public hearing item must complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for input on each public hearing item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments on each public hearing item depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. We are conducting a public hearing to perform specified service for the period of May 6, 2025 through June 6, 2025, and adopt a resolution regarding short-term classified employees. I'm now opening the public hearing. There are no speakers. No one wishes to speak. Seeing no one, I am now closing the public hearing. This is an action item.
Vote to approve 12B.
I second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. We're going to conduct a public hearing on the Chula Vista Elementary School District new local control and accountability plan for the 25-26 school year revision. This is an information item. So we have a speaker after the public hearing. After the presentation, sorry.
Thank you, President Ugarte. Tonight we're excited to present the draft of our 25-26 LCAP. I think you're going to see as we go through the plan, you're going to see some of the items and expenditures that you spoke about earlier embedded in this LCAP plan. I also need to just once again give credit to our team. It was a very collaborative effort. We just met with the county and they gave us high compliments on our LCAP. They even shared with us that they're using our LCAP for other districts who are trying to create theirs. And I know you all know that we have Mrs. Perez, who is exceptional at plans and details. And so it was nice to give that feedback because we've put a lot of work into this plan. And so I'm going to go ahead and take it over to her for the presentation.
Thank you, Jessica. Good evening. I'd like to begin with first sharing an overview of CVESD. As you can see, we have 43 district schools with over 3,200 certificated and classified staff, serving about 22,000 students, 28% of which are English learners. And we have several programs and services that highlight what we do and who we are as a district. So you see on there visual and performing arts across the district, signature innovation stations, growing dual language immersion programs, and an exciting LEAD program. We also utilize and continue to strengthen our MTSS framework for student support, and we have an award-winning communications department that has done amazing work to keep our parents and community engaged in the education of our children. The LCAP is a 3-year plan that outlines how we will support positive student outcomes that address state and local priorities, and we are moving into year 2 of our 3-year LCAP. The LCAP provides an opportunity for CVESD to share our story on how, why, and what programs and services are selected to meet our local needs. So in our LCAP, we have goals, specific actions to meet those goals, and budget expenditures. You will also see metrics as a means for us to review progress. Who is the LCAP for? The LCAP describes how the district plans to improve academic achievement for all students. However, it is important to know that the supplemental and concentration grant funds must be principally directed at the following student groups: low income, English learners, and foster youth. And how is the LCAP developed? Well, we all know it's a collaborative effort, and the development requires consultation with teachers, principals, administrators, other school staff, our labor partners, parents, community, and of course our students. And this process may include several meetings, an open survey, and focus groups. So you'll see a timeline here of LCAP development. In November of 2024, we began the input gathering process with our educational partners. And then in February, just a few short months ago, there was a mid-year report to the Board of Education regarding the current LCAP. Tonight is the public hearing for the proposed 25-26 LCAP, and this is the opportunity for the public to comment and for the board to provide feedback. And in June, the LCAP goes for board approval. The 5 LCAP goal areas remain the same throughout the 3-year LCAP. And here they are. Goal 1, academics. Goal 2, safe and inclusive environments. Goal 3, English learner. Goal 4, innovation. Goal 5, educational partner engagement. I will be doing a quick review of each of the goal areas. So Goal 1 focuses on strengthening Tier 1 instruction and improving student outcomes in literacy, math, and science. Key actions include professional development aligned to state standards, continued use of the NCUST instructional framework, and targeted instructional coaching to support high-quality teaching and learning across all schools. This next slide continues Goal 1 in academics, and it also includes improving our MTSS framework and site-specific funding aligned to school needs. Instructional leadership teams and staffing support for TK are also part of this goal. Moving on to Goal 2, safe and inclusive environments. This is where we set actions to help all students feel a sense of belonging. And again, actions include strengthening MTSS to address students' behavioral and social emotional needs, using data to improve attendance and wellness, and coordinating support services to meet students' physical and emotional needs, all while continuously improving school safety. Moving on to goal 3. This focuses on improving English language proficiency, academic achievement, and engagement for all English learners. Actions include data-driven decision-making, professional development for ELD and foundation literacy, and outreach to parents and support for newcomer families. Next is goal 4. This goal ensures that all students have access to rigorous and innovative learning opportunities that promote engagement. Actions include continuing VAPA programs, offering professional development in innovative learning teaching methods, expanding career exploration through station experiences, supporting instructional technology, and growing the LEAD program with enrichment opportunities for all students. And finally, goal 5 focuses on increasing educational partner engagement. Actions include community outreach, parent education opportunities, and improving digital engagement by updating district and school websites supported by the Translation and Interpretation Unit for Language Access. Next, we move on to educational partner feedback. And our parents, community, and staff provide feedback that is essential in creating a plan that meets the diverse needs of our district. So this year we used SurveyMonkey as the survey tool to collect input from these groups, and we asked input on 5 of the goal areas, and you'll see the actual questions from the survey on this slide. We asked partners to think about the academic, social emotional, English learner, innovative learning, and educational partner needs of our district and what would be important to plan for the future. And this is the process. In addition to our online survey, we also held in-person input tours or listening tours for certificated and classified staff at every school site facilitated by Executive Cabinet. And every principal also engaged their community with LCAP engagement sessions at their school sites. And through CVSD University, we offered additional opportunities for parents and the community to participate in the LCAP engagement session. We also held meetings with all labor groups as well as other educational partner groups in our district. These include the Special Education Parent Committee, the DAC-DLAC, and we also consulted with our Special Education Local Plan Area, or our SELPA. And of course, we held student focus groups with 5th and 6th grade students at our schools with the highest unduplicated student counts. Now that I've shared the process, I'll be sharing the feedback. So here's the feedback. These are the top 10 themes that emerged from our education partner feedback, and they are adequate staffing for all, comprehensive student well-being and support, effective and engaging curriculum and instruction, increased access to resources and infrastructure, relevant and ongoing professional development, strong homeschool partnerships and communication, safe, inclusive, and supportive environments, prioritizing innovation and future skills, targeted support for English learners, and efficient operations and resource management. Now, here is feedback from our students. They were asked 2 questions. What do they love about their school, and what would they change about their school? And as you can see, our students love the student-centered clubs, the caring and supportive staff, and the community building events. And this feedback is really a testament to all of the work and efforts that have been put into creating this environment for our students. And what students would love to change about school include healthier and varied lunch options, improved and additional recess and sports equipment, and updated play structures and sports areas. So what did we do with all of this feedback? After reviewing our progress toward current LCAP goals and considering the input from our educational partners, we have made several adjustments as we move into year 2 of our 3-year LCAP cycle. This slide organizes the updates into 4 key categories. And just like Dr. Reyes said earlier about plans, they're living, breathing, live documents, and you do need to review them yearly and make adjustments along the way, and that's what we're proposing to you right now. So in these 4 categories, the first category, professional development and instruction. We heard from teachers the need for relevant, ongoing professional development. In response, we're using Title I and III funds to add 5 district resource teachers to support instructional practices and collaboration. We've also included our universal screener and literacy assessments funded by the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, or LREBG. To support English learners, EL instructional assistants will provide small group support in between key assessment periods, and we've also increased associate principal support. In the category of MTSS, to strengthen MTSS across the district, aligned with our rigorous Learning for All plan, we've added staffing and support through counselors, social workers, IA behavior specialists, student attendants, and registered behavior technicians. Student transportation is also now included and funded through LCFF as part of coordinated supports. In the category of community engagement, to improve family engagement and communication, we've adopted the Final Site website platform through Title I parent participation funds and added a 3rd district Spanish translator interpreter as part of our new parent engagement plan. In the area of innovation, Proposition 28 funds will now support our VAPA programs, freeing LCAP resources for other priorities. We're also continuing investments in modernizing learning environments district-wide using LCAP funds. So these are the proposed changes to our LCAP, and we believe they reflect a comprehensive response to our student data, identified areas of need, and the valuable input we've received from our educational partners. These adjustments are designed to ensure alignment with our district priorities and to better support equitable outcomes for all students. And with that, we would like to open it up to the board for feedback and our public hearing.
Before the public hearing, board comments or questions with regard to LCAP. Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Of what I was able to see right here and for what I was able to study over here with 151 pages, honestly, I feel that, again, plans are great. And I love that you said that we're voting next month, so I can actually take the time that I need, and not only 2.5 days, but all the time that I need to review more. But I'm excited to see those improvements and how you guys, I love that we're taking the public and every single shareholder's consideration and including them and moving from one year to the next and actually changing and seeing how it's working and moving to the next year. So that's amazing. And I give you guys all the recognition and kudos for that, because I know that that was a lot of hours that you guys invested in. And I know that as I read more and I learn more, I would just be more in awe of your great work. But I just thank you guys for what you're doing. And as I, again, study more, we'll be able to bring more information or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Tolston?
Just a quick, I guess, comment, because I know we mentioned it with rigorous learning, but some of that professional development to also include the classified staff.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Yes. I have a couple of statements and then some questions. And again, I really appreciate that we're going to have an opportunity to take a look at this again, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll make my statements and maybe they'll be clearer to me after I also have a better chance. I received this the evening of Monday, so I didn't have quite as much time as I would have liked to. But I want to see, or I just wanted to scream at me a little bit more about how we're engaging parents a little more in being partners more. I want to see that a little more clear. And on page 151, what was the intended results? Because it says all actions were successfully implemented without telling us what was accomplished. I'll just call out the pages that I'm referring to. I don't expect responses, just comments. Last year, Harborside had the lowest performance in ELA, and it was in the red, according to the California dashboard in the 2023 year. And currently now, the California dashboard 2024, Harborside does not have any red. But I can give you a school that does, and that's Vista Square. So my questions would be in relation to that is, what 3 schools will be receiving a fully funded resource teacher? What is the criteria? And the current dashboard, I'm not trying to harp on Harborside because I think they need all the help they can get. But I'm using them because that school has come up in different subjects and the focused approach, which I think we should be having. So that one is more central to my attention. And they don't have anything in the red. So limited actions, page 103, states that Harborside had lowest red and will receive a paid resource teacher. Well, the 2024 dashboard does not report that. Harborside has made progress and now has yellow and orange. And limited action page does not indicate where the other 2 resource teachers will be assigned. So that'd be, good to have that called out. Okay, let's see. Amongst previously issued for goal 1.7 under total funds, it says 574,511 on page 41. And my question is, will that be issued again? Let's see here. A description of the plan for how on page 106, where you call out a description of the plan on how the additional concentration of the grant add-on funding identified will be used to increase the number of staff providing direct services above on 55% of foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. This LCAP includes actions that prioritize staffing to improve. I have to do these in big letters, guys, because this LCAP is so teeny, so that's how I make them 16 font. Specifically, action 1.5 provides that associate principals at schools with top unduplicated student counts to ensure implementation of instructional framework that improve instruction. Associate principals are funded at Harborside, Lauterbach, Rice, and Vista Square. So action 1.7 provides instructional coach at the school with the highest unduplicated student count. Harborside is also identified as a school that has the lowest performance level red in English language arts. The staff to student ratios by type of school and concentration of unduplicated students, referring only to the 4 schools that were given AP. Schools with a student concentration of greater than 55%, staff to student ratio of classified student providing direct services to students. Lauterbach is 55-1, Harborside 33-1, Vista Square 59-1, Rice 22-1. So staff to student ratio of certificated staff providing direct services to students. Lauterbach, we've got 24-1, Harborside 22-1, Vista Square 23-1, Rice 22-1. So the question is, Harborside the school in most need according to the student ratio certificate staff or certificated staff ratio student classified staff ratio, because based on what's reported, it doesn't align. And I'll give you a copy of this in case that helps. The total expenditures table, page 107 and 108. Okay, 1.7, time span ongoing. Total personnel, $408,435. Total non-personnel, $166,600. $76, total of $574,511. Question, what is non-personnel? Does the district pay Harborside's resource teacher $408,435? For how long? Is it one person? Then if you go to page 112, item 17, instructional coaching planned expenditures for contributing actions. Specific school, Harborside, TK to 6, $574,511. So for the 2024-25 annual update page on 115, item 17, last year's planned expenditures were $120,000. But the estimated actual expenditures of $120,000. So why does this not add up to $574,511? For the 2024-2025 contributing actions annual update table on page 118, item 17. Last year's planned expenditures for contributing actions, the LCFF funds, $120,000. Estimated actual expenditures for contributing actions, the LCFF funds, $120,000. Question, why does this not add up to $574,511? Or is it supposed to add up? Maybe it's not supposed to. The end. You guys can have copies of it. For now, anyway. Thank you, and I appreciate it, because I would rather that way we come back and help me understand what I'm not understanding. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Reyes.
I just have one question for Ms. Morales. The data used in the LCAP is basically a year behind, correct? Thank you. Okay. I am now opening the public hearing. There are two speakers who wish to be heard. First is Berta Lopez.
First of all, thank you, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez, for the wonderful questions. Keep doing it. Trustee Tamayo, please stop bullying your colleagues. Your comment to
Please
Trustee
stick
Dominguez
to the hearing.
Cervantes,
This is
I'm
not part of
getting
the
with my
hearing.
speech.
There's nothing about the hearing. Thank you.
To Trustee Dominguez Cervantes was uncalled for. When we teach our students, we tell them that there are no bad questions. You are proving to us that there are only bad answers. Not to my very speech, because I'm coming back anyways. As a concerned community member, I urge this board to reevaluate its priorities for CVESD, reinstate the parent coordinator role, invest in building meaningful relationships with families and parents. If you do this, students and staff and families will benefit from this action. That was my speech, but I'll be back. And Ms. Giovanna Castro, we will not be meeting with you. Parents,
Thank
we
you.
said May the 27th, but we will not be meeting with you. So
thank you.
there's no transparency. Thank you so much.
Rosemary Lowry.
My phone on the side, so I'm borrowing someone's that I sent my speech to. Hello. First, I would like to thank you for the inclusion of students with disabilities in the LCAP. This plan is significantly more comprehensive than the previous 3-year cycle, and it offers a real hope to special education families for meaningful progress. That said, we would like to advocate for a broader implementation of differentiated instruction for students with disabilities and learning challenges. While we appreciate the targeted support plan for certain schools where students with disabilities are greatly underperforming, it's important to recognize that across the district, students with disabilities continue to test significantly below state standards. Differentiated instruction should be a district-wide initiative, not limited to just a few sites. We also urge the district to consider implementing evaluations for dyslexia and dysgraphia by the end of 2nd grade. I'm not too sure if the screeners already have that, but it was something I wanted to mention. Early identification is critical and can make a significant difference in a child's academic trajectory. Regarding the district's commitment to inclusion, we recommend incorporating district-wide assemblies that educate general education students about neurodiversity and disabilities. Building understanding and empathy at a young age will help create a more inclusive and supportive environments for all students. Finally, we strongly encourage the adoption and inclusion within the LCAP of real-time data tools, such as one that I've learned about today at the Superintendent Council's meeting about the State Performance Plan Indicator tool within ITAP. That data tool is used to monitor the progress of special education students in real time. Annual reviews are not enough. With real-time data, educators and administrators can make timely, informed decisions to support students during critical learning windows. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I am now closing the public hearing. Administrative action items. Review the governor's May revise and forecast of district economic standing and conduct the public hearing on the district's 2025-2026 proposed budget and ending fund balance. Mr. Pong?
Good evening, President Ugarte, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, and members of the public. Tonight we have for your review an update on the May revision and our proposed budget for next year. When we look at the governor's May revision that he released last week, the Proposition 98 is the share of the education budget. That's down $4.6 billion from the January proposal, down to $114.6 billion. When they're looking at Proposition 98, they're proposing to under-appropriate it by about $1.3 billion. They're also talking about kind of a shift and a split of Proposition 98. With the addition of transitional kindergarten, they took funding from community college and moved that over to support the full implementation of transitional kindergarten. So kind of a split between, it used to be K through 14, but now they're kind of splitting it between TK through 12 and then community colleges. They're also looking at a depletion of the Proposition 98 rainy day fund, and they're also looking at deferrals of about $1.8 billion from June 2026 and deferring that to July 2026. And this is another instance where we may, because of that cash deferral, we may need to utilize that resolution to borrow from interfund. And then the governor also emphasized just the effect that the political policy can have on California, especially California trade, as we're the fourth largest GDP, and then also tourism and immigration. The May revise also had an updated COLA. So the COLA for the 25-26 school year had a decrease of about 0.13, decrease of 0.5 in the second year, and a decrease of 0.24 in the third year. For transitional kindergarten, they're looking at increasing the transitional kindergarten add-on to support the ratio reduction from 12-to-1 to 10-to-1, which would about $2,400 per student, which would equate to about $3.5 million for the district. They're also proposing a discretionary block grant of about $1.7 billion. They're estimating it to be about $314 per ADA, which would be about $6 million for the district. And when we look at our expanded learning opportunities program, which provides free before and after school care for our unduplicated students, they're looking at lowering that tier from 75% to 55% and above. And Chula Vista Elementary School District, we're at around 60.8%. So we would benefit from this lowering of the tier, which would result in about $14 million for that program, which the caveat to that is that we have to offer the program to all students and not only our unduplicated students. When we look at our general fund, our estimated actuals from second interim to the estimated actuals, our revenue, we had an increase of about $1.6 million, and our expenditures decreased by about $7 million, bringing our deficit from $35.5 million up to 26.8 million. I'll note here that we have our commitments of 48.5 million and our restricted funds. The main changes were from the restricted funds itself, which we'll see on the next slide. And we're at a ending fund balance of 5.5%. So when we look at our fund balance, we really need to analyze the health of our fund balance by looking at the unrestricted change. So here we separated out between unrestricted and restricted. At second interim, we were still at the 16 million, and we're still projecting 16 million in estimated actuals. As I had mentioned, a majority of the change came on the restricted side, where we reduced for our projected expenditures. So we can see our beginning balance for restricted going from 81 million down to 71 million, and we would expect to see a reduction in restricted because the way that majority of the programs work is we get money up front and then we spend it over multiple years. So we have a surplus in the first year, and then as we spend down those funds, it creates a deficit in future years. But the 16 million is where we really need to focus on the unrestricted side. So when we look at the changes in our revenue under the local control funding formula, we adjusted it to what we're projecting for our actuals. On the federal revenues, we had a slight reduction based upon what we're projecting to receive in actuals. On our state revenue, that large adjustment is mainly due to adjusting for our STRS on behalf, which is kind of a net zero effect on the budget because we recognize what the state contributes both in revenue, and then the offset is on expenditure side. So really it's a neutral, a cost neutral adjustment. And in our local revenue, we recognized an increase of 3.1 million, which was mainly due to our Medi-Cal funds that help provide supplemental special education services, and then another literacy grant. When we look at the change in our expenditures, again, part of that 3.2 million in the salary and benefits reduction, a correlated reduction to that revenue for the STRS on behalf, and then adjusting our salaries to what we're projecting in our actuals through June 30th. The books and supplies, we had a reduction there to align with our multi-year budget plans. So we reduced the expenditures in the current year and increased them in the future years. And then on the other operating expenditures, we had some reductions in our restricted maintenance account. So total reduction of expenditures of 7 million. So when we look at next year's budget, our total revenue, we're expecting 400 million, and in expenditures, we're anticipating 455 million. When we look at it on an unrestricted and restricted basis for the increase and decrease, we're looking at a decrease to the fund balance on the unrestricted side of just under 24 million, but that's higher than what we saw in the estimated actuals because we are spending those one-time funds on all those computers, which is about $8 million. So we would expect the unrestricted deficit to be higher for the 1 year. We're really trying to spend down our one-time money, so we can see that the restricted side of the budget's going down by 30 million. So from the 71 million down to 40. And then we can see our commitments going down based upon the reduction in the unrestricted and the fact that we spent on those computers that we had set aside that commitment for also. So at the end of the year, we're anticipating a 5% reserve for economic uncertainty. So some of the budget highlights we did, we're at full implementation of transitional kindergarten. So with that last shift in the age group, we added 13 classrooms to accommodate that shift. We are refreshing the computers for our students in grades 3 through 6 and certificated staff. We're also maintaining counselors and social workers and adding the behavior support assistants to increase the supports of social emotional needs of our students based upon our LCAP feedback. And then we're also adding additional TOSAs to continue to support the implementation of rigorous learning for all. When we look at our multi-year projections, we did not have the projection yet for the future years for the COLA. So this currently reflects the higher 3.5 and 3.6. When we look at our ADA, we're recognizing a slight decline over the next 3 years. And then when we look at our workers' compensation, we're recognizing an increase in percentage from 1.5 to 2%. On our unduplicated percentage, we're maintaining for the budget flat 60.8% of unduplicated pupils, and we have $35.8 million in the LCAP that we budgeted for supplemental and concentration. So when we look at our multi-year projection, we're looking at our unrestricted deficit on the first line. We can see just under that 24 million, and then it drops down to the 13 million because we're spending down those one-time funds on the computers. And then we can see it increasing back to 18.5 million in the third year. When we look at our commitments and our restricted restricted reserve for economic uncertainty, we're looking at 5% for our reserve, down to 4% and down to 3.5%. And we're having to pull from those commitments that we had set aside for because we have that deficit. So we're really working on closing out that deficit because we still have those action items that we want to implement, some of which we'll see on a future slide. But really, when we look at this, we can see the decline in our reserve, and we're only 2.4 million away in that third year from not meeting that minimum 3%. So that's going to be our focus over this coming year of narrowing down that deficit. So we do have to substantiate the reason why we have a reserve in excess of 3%. When we look at our reserve, we have about 48 million. Of that 48 million, 13.6 million is that minimum 3%. So we have to substantiate almost 34 million above that 3%. So we have school site accounts that have 2.1 million set aside for that. And then we have 31.8 million set aside for all of our other commitments that we've shared in the past. So our safety and security measures, our vehicle and equipment replacement, the textbook replacements, which are the math and history, social science, and then our other one-time expenditures such as counselors and things like that that are being supported with one-time funds. So looking ahead, we will be updating our multi-year projection based upon the May revise when we bring it back in June. When we look towards the final state adoption, if there's anything material, which we're not budgeting the one-time funds yet, or that TK increase, or the ELOP, those will be coming in the 45-day budget revision because we're not sure if those are actually going to make it into the final or not. So we'll bring it as a revision. We're starting to work on our year-end closing with the federal budget. There is uncertainty, so I didn't mention this earlier, but part of the uncertainty comes from the fact that they're on a different fiscal year than us. So they operate on an October 1st to September 30th timeline. So they have more time to adopt their budget, and we have to make assumptions based on our guidance that we're given. So the one that's being threatened right now is that Title III English learners and immigrant students. And then finally, we're also working on attendance recovery programs. We've been meeting with our labor units on discussing possible attendance recovery programs like independent study and possibly some other methods. So we're attending a webinar together next week, and then we'll have more discussion on what we can implement, because part of that ELOP program also, those funds can be used to help with attendance recovery programs. So with that, I open it for any questions or comments.
Board questions? Any?
I have one. On slide 10, quick question there. It's some of these assumptions with 21,163. We're not talking about charter schools, correct? Okay. And on screen 12, maybe it's getting light here, but it says in 2027-28, we're at 3.5%. Help me understand how we're saying then that we're only 2.4 million away from not meeting when it says 3.5. I don't
Dr. Reyes?
understand the connection.
Can you go ahead and...
Screen 12.
So that 15.7 million represents only 3.5%. So that extra 0.5 is what we have above the state minimum. So that 0.5 represents 2.4 million. So we only have 0.5 above, 0.5 or 2.4 above the minimum state.
Thank you.
Can you explain to the board what happens if we go below 3%?
No.
Mr. Pong.
So if we go below 3%, then we have to change our certification. Currently, we're positive because we're able to meet our expenditures in the current and 2 future years. But when we are not able to meet it in the 3rd year, then we would be considered qualified. And then we would receive additional assistance from the county office, and they would begin to support us more closely. And then after that is where you become negative, where you're not able to meet your expenditures and may not meet your expenditures in the current and future 2 years.
So what I'm hearing is that it's an exciting time to be on this board because we're going to have to make some cuts in
Correct.
some areas at some point. Okay.
Correct.
That's all right. Thank
So
you.
my question was, we have 2 years, or we have until 2027, 2028 to be able to reach
So,
this?
well, right now, we're certified until 27, 28.
Oh, okay.
However,
Yeah.
the reductions need to start happening now.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the recommendation of the district was to start making some reductions this year, because you don't want to wait till the last year, because then the reductions are going to be massive. What we want to do is we want to start making gradual reductions to be able to not be at 3.5 in 27, 28. Now, during Mr. Pong's presentation, he did share that we have also, in addition to so this is how we see it today. However, there are a lot of unknowns that we don't know if and how it's going to impact us. So this, in October, November, could potentially be worse, depending on the changes in the federal government. Now, we are doing other stuff to try to remediate, not just by cutting, but by increasing revenue, such as ADA recovery, which Mr. Pong mentioned. So we're not just looking at reductions, but we're also looking at how can we increase funding.
Quick question. So, but this, the state will not change the minimum requirement, even with federal cuts or anything that might happen?
No.
It'll stay always the same?
Yeah.
No, and it's one of the reasons why when we go to Washington, we lobby for fully funded special ed, because the government says that we have to provide special ed services, but we're not funded at a level that meets those needs, and so we have to use our budget to do that.
And for example, special education is something, like I mentioned before, it's like we have to. We can't negotiate, right? And so, and this is something that every single district in California, probably across the states, is facing, that the cost of special education is increasing at a very alarming rate.
Did we hear Mr. Fong say that that wasn't being cut in the federal?
Correct, but it's not being fully funded. So we're being funded at this districts.
We're not getting a cut, but our needs
Yes,
are.
the good thing is not being cut right now. There is not being threatened to
Might
be
give
cut,
them an idea.
but we're not getting. Yeah,
They're gonna give you more.
And then the state's cutting also, so.
correct. So it's a double sword. Yes, state and federal. Yeah. So I was. We were at a. It was kind of like a workshop, and actually at the superintendent's breakfast, and they had a presentation on the state of California. No, the one that remember, yes, and it was a great presentation. It was a budget presentation. The state is under $12 billion. So obviously that has an impact on the funding sources.
So the state has some responsibility for having gone out that far too, so.
Yeah,
And
so-
we're caught in the middle.
Yes.
This is an action item and a public hearing. I'm now opening the public hearing. Did we have anyone who wished to speak? Thank you. Not seeing anyone, I am closing the public hearing.
Move to approve 13A.
Second?
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Oh, it said both.
Mhm.
It says action here.
It says action and public hearing. Okay. We don't have to accept. We accept your.
We just have to have a public hearing in May, and then in June we'll adopt the budget.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that the double one?
No, it's
Okay. Then there's no vote there. All right. Hearing to approve school facilities mitigation agreement for Otay Ranch Village 8 East. Adopt the resolution of the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District stating its intention to establish Community Facilities District Number 22 and to authorize submittal of the levy of special taxes to the qualified electors of Community Facilities District Number 22. Adopt the resolution of the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District approving and ordering the recording of a boundary map of proposed Community Facilities District Number 22 of the Chula Vista Elementary School District, and adopt resolution of the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District stating its intention to incur bonded indebtedness in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $100 million within proposed Community Facilities District Number 22 of the Chula Vista Elementary School District. Mr. Pong.
Thank you, President Ugarte. Tonight, for your review and approval, we have 3 resolutions in regards to the district's intent to form a new CFD, CFD 22, in the area known as Cota Vera, which is south of the Wolf Canyon School. We have the first resolution is to declare the board's intent of the formation. The second resolution is to adopt the boundary map of the CFD boundary. And then the third is to adopt the resolution of the intent to issue bonds to build a new school in that area of up to $100 million. And the CFD Community Facilities District is also known as Mello-Roos. So this is a special tax that the homeowners in the area will pay to service this bond to help build the school.
So can you, I think it would behoove the board to have more context on why this. And so so I'll start and then you can continue. So part of it is in the area of Wolf Canyon. So the projected expansion of homes is towards that area. So even though we have some schools with 350, 400 students, the growth is back there. So, for example, Wolf Canyon is currently our largest school. It has almost 1,000 students. Muraoka, it was supposed to reduce to 600, 700. They still have, with the opening of Sotomayor, right now they have 850, 160, 860 students. Sotomayor is expected to have another 250, 300 next year. So we definitely, Camarena, it's the second largest school also in that area. So we're projected to have a need for an additional school to be opened around 2029. Is that correct? 2029? So for us to be able to do that the same way we've done it for all the other different schools is we need to start the process of like this, for example, now, because construction won't start years from now. However, the process to solidify the mitigation agreement needs to start now. You want to expand?
So just like Dr. Reyes said, right now Wolf Canyon is experiencing overcrowding, and so we're having to overflow students to 3 different schools. There's already over 200 students that are overflowing from Wolf Canyon to Casillas, Veterans, and Camarena. And that's only coming from what's known as Cotavera, the west side. The whole east side is still to be developed. So, and there's still development going on the west side. So there's a great need in that area for an additional school.
Thank you. Board questions for Mr. Pong?
I have a question. So, if it's a Melrose, that's what it is, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So then there'd be a set amount, a fixed amount of what a person might pay, $200, whatever. And if you have other homeowners that default and don't pay the Melrose, does it then cause the amount of Melrose that other residents have to pay to increase, even if it's like $5 or $10? Does it cause it to because others are not paying? Dr. Hayes? Because it's a bond.
Right. So there's a foreclosure process that the district would have to go through if it meets a certain requirement.
Us, the district, would have to go through.
Well, we would work with the San Diego County because they're the ones that have the.
That's not the question. The question is, you have all these homes, and each one of the houses owners, they pay, let's say, $200. If one of the homeowners defaults, that's the question, right? Yeah, if one of the homeowners defaults, would the cost of the other homeowners increase to compensate for the one that didn't pay?
No. We also have a 10% coverage usually on the bonds, so that 10% coverage helps to ensure that we can meet those payments.
So where are we getting the 10% coverage from? Who's paying that 10%?
It's from those taxpayers.
So if I was that homeowner and I'm really supposed to pay $180, $190, I'm really going to pay more to cover for those people that might not pay? Because I'm not understanding where that other 10% would be coming from if it's not from the same individuals that are living there.
So those go to, also to projects at the schools. So we have taxes that are about the 10% that we can utilize for additional projects at those schools. Because once they need to be modernized, we'll use those funds also.
Yeah.
I have a question. So we know that Melrose helps pay. What percentage of the school is paid? Is it 100%, 50%? How much of the school of 100 million?
So could you also share that the money that we get from the states as part of the?
Yeah, so these are matching funds. So the state will put in towards the land purchase and also towards the construction costs of the new school.
But the Melrose pays, so the residents will pay Melrose and then the state matches?
Correct.
Until it's all covered. So it's not like it's coming on their budget. Okay. Just
No,
making sure.
no, there's no way we can
Yeah,
afford
I'm like-
we can't afford it, yeah. There's no way we can afford
We're
it.
so. Yeah, how long is the
It
Melrose?
varies, right? 20 or 30 years, depends.
Yeah, it depends on the structure of the debt.
Okay.
Can you tell the board how much is the cost of a new school, average?
About 100.
Yeah, it says right there. I see it. I can read.
Good.
Yeah, Sotomayor costs about 90. So at the point of construction of this one, we're expecting about 100 million.
All right. This is an action item.
Move to approve 13B.
Is it really an action item?
Yes, it really is. I actually have a little second motion and vote on here this time.
Okay. All right.
I have a motion. I need a second.
I second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes, Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. The first and second readings, board policies, administrative regulations, and board bylaws. This is
Have a
board
break.
policy. You need a break?
Yes.
Okay. All right. How
Thank
mu-
you.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, 10-minute break.
Thank you.
My husband can go take a
and second readings, board policies, administrative regulations, and board bylaws. The first reading, possible revision, Board Policy 6158, Instruction Independent Study Program. Mr. Pong.
Thank you, President Ugarte. For your review and possible approval tonight, we have our updated independent study program board policy. We removed a lot of the language that was around since COVID and added the new language that became effective January 1st, 2025. So one of the main changes is that it's just a one-day requirement for independent study now. So this is a way that some of the schools have been really focusing on recapturing attendance.
Board questions or comments?
This would help us get more funding, right? Bring back the money.
Well, it's twofold. It's yes, but also it supports students by being able to make up assignments.
Yes, that's true. And it's not retroactive. It's starting 2025.
Correct.
26. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Move to approve 14A.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Ramirez Dominguez. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston. Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Just want to make sure I'm in the right spot.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Acknowledge general information items reports. This is the area of the agenda where you can request reports of the superintendent. Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Nothing right now. Thank you.
Trustee Tolston? Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Yes. I know, Dr. Reyes, you have a, that list on the board updates where you list out some of the reports. I've gone back to look at what other reports I've requested, and there's some missing from there that are not on there. But I'll give you that list separately so you can have it, because I'd asked for, before about HVAC, how are we doing with that as far as it connects to facilities? I know of a few schools that when we had that heat wave for like a couple of days, maybe about a month and a half ago or so, they didn't have any AC at all. It was like 90-something degrees in there. Finally, someone got there. What I'm looking at as far as reports is tell us, are we fully functional? All our ACs, are there any problems? Is there an issue? Put that on your list, please, of running reports that you guys are keeping an eye on that. And I'd asked also about the traffic hazard here on the J Street corridor. And at one point you were speaking to somebody at the city, and I don't know what's come of that. We purposely avoid J Street, because it's unmanageable, and children, and I sent you a picture before how I'm taking a picture and cars parked in the middle of the street. That's just a safety hazard. The children, just the community as a whole. So I'd like an update on that.
So actually, I can give you an update right now, because today the board approved a contract with a
But not for this quarter here. You cited some other schools in that.
You approved a contract with VCon Traffic Control.
Mhm. And I think you isolated some other schools that are not in this J Street. Well, just check it out. It calls out actual schools on that report that they're going to be looking at.
Mr. Romero, do you have that information?
Yes, so it does call out the schools, but Hillcrest is one of our schools on J Street, and so it will be including the area on J Street. That Nacion and J Street was
There.
prime, so
Mhm.
yeah, that's one of the areas
Mhm.
they're covering.
Okay, so that, and the combo classes, that continues to be a concern. We're going to give let us know how many classes you were looking at any point that you're looking to create that. It's supposed to be a 4.66 hours per day of instruction time.
So yes, with the combo classes, that report would have to be towards the beginning of the school year, because that's when we know enrollment. So because right now we can't really, it's a projection, but we don't really know how many kids are truly coming in until, that would be until July, August, yeah.
More towards the end of June. We do have a running total of all of our combos as we do new projections each time, which I could put in a Friday update if you'd like. But it changes and shifts based on enrollment.
Yeah, but it's going to change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and how we manage that so that teachers aren't told the day before that they're going to have combo class.
Yeah. It's really hard. It's a hit or miss depending on enrollment. So we try not to, just based on the numbers.
Right. And how do we justify, I don't think anyone really thinks that that student is getting their 4.66 hours per day. If they're in a combo class, that they're getting that full 4.66 hours of grade level instruction. Humanly impossible. So I don't know how we justify that, because I don't, how can that be accomplished without a second trained person in the classroom if you have to have a combo class? But I don't believe we're in compliance if we're required to give that many hours of instruction. I don't know how you measure that, but I'd like us to keep an eye on that and reduce the numbers, because the students essentially are being deprived of their entitled instructional time. I'll stop there.
Trustee Tamayo?
All right, I have several. I'm trying to prioritize here, but I may not be able to do all of them. So the first one, I would like a report on how many vacancies go unfilled from classified. So this goes to the substitutes, at least in the last 3 months. Let's do that.
3 months? Oh, I like that one. I'll add that.
Thank you. I would also like, and this can be a Friday report update, I would like to know what are we doing with what the public comment said on the Casillas incident with a student being bullied? And
Oh, in a Friday report?
yes, that could be a Friday report.
Okay. And just so you know, we already taken, like tonight we're taking action. Start taking action.
Okay. I still want to know what we're doing.
Mhm.
Also, I would like to, I know that you did the CASBO formula for custodians. I would like to see how that compares to our current allocation and what's the difference of staffing there. I would like, Madam President, if you allow, I would like to consider a resolution opposing any cuts to special ed funding or Title III funds.
Yep.
according to SPED and Title III?
Yes.
Can I piggyback on your
Sure.
request? Is that something that we could send a letter, or you would consider a friendly amendment to send a letter or something to our legislators requesting, after identifying what the impact would be if they would go that route?
Yes.
Could we add nutrition?
Let's add nutrition.
Yes, that's nutrition.
If you don't mind.
Yes. I accept all those friendly amendments. Thank you. Also, I would like a report, and this we will probably need to go back a few years. Let's do 3. How many classified employees ran out of leave while being in workers' comp? And they had to resign or retire.
Like 39 month?
So went to 39 months?
How many went to 39 month?
Yep.
Yes. And, I would like a report, now that we have the Maxwell facility, how many buses are we servicing from there? Like, how many are we repairing, and stuff like that. And I'll leave it there, since it's late.
I would like to add a request for a board workshop on budget.
So, Mr. Pong, when would it be a good time to have that? What, because ideally, we want to have as much information as possible. So when do you think? July?
Yeah, July or August, we can do that.
July, August? Okay.
I was just making sure they were all covered, what I had, but I think Trustee Mayo got them all. Good, thank you. Board communications, this is the time in the agenda where we can report our different events that we've attended for the district. Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
This month I had opportunity to do a few things. First of all, just in order of appearance, I was able to go to Macmillan. They had an event where they were showcasing in very, in such a wonderful way, how to just highlight our students with disabilities and show stories of people that have had to come up against all odds and, get lawyer degrees and with people with disabilities, and how there isn't really, if you keep trying and you keep working hard, there's no limitation, and I love that. And also, I was able to attend the parent field trip, which was a total success, if you ask me, as an attendant. I loved all the parents and how involved they were. They were so in awe of our testing and how we just align their students' skills with possible jobs in the future. And they were all the parents were like, can more parents have the testing? Can more parents be involved? And they had all these ideas, which I know it's the point of what we do these field trips. So I commend you, Michael Bruder, and everybody in the team that was involved in that. Thank you so much. Also, I went to Liberty to watch The Lion King with my 2 daughters, and they keep singing every single song. So it was a total success. I was in awe. I cried. I know this movie by heart, so it was so cute to my daughters experience it with me. And yeah, they keep singing Hakuna Matata, and they keep singing all these other songs. So it's so cute. They did an amazing job. You could tell the kids, the students, the parents, everybody that was involved was amazing. And then I was here previously at our staff recognition, which again is close to heart because as a previous staff myself, I love recognizing people that are doing the work every single day. And as Ms. Reed said, if it weren't for them, we wouldn't have what we have, an amazing working environment. And also just to recognize our teachers, the way that we saw our one teacher being recognized today and all of them in the previous months. Just, I love that we get to highlight the people that are doing great work. And I love that I get the opportunity to attend to all these events, and I keep looking forward to continuing to attend, continuing to visit schools, and be of service. So thank you.
Trustee Tolston?
I want to highlight our classified employees this week and this month. And I had the opportunity, I asked Miss Landers, because I know her from my son's school, if she could show me the ropes for the school, because I want to learn. I've proposed to myself that I want to learn every single position that this district has, because there's so often we take so many for granted. So I had an opportunity. I only spent 1 hour. That's not nearly enough. And that really opened my eyes as to what especially the classified staff does. And I wanted to acknowledge them, because we all know they sustain and they run the operation. So I just want to keep them in mind and everything that we've been discussing today. And all, too bad it's late, because I wish that some of the classified staff was still here, that they're being acknowledged and we're listening, and we're going to work something out. We want to. So, but if anybody else wants to let me know and take me to another school, and again, I want to learn the ropes. I want to sit around. I want to help the cafeteria, the nutrition services. That was very interesting. I never thought, we take it for granted again. And, you think, okay, the kids are fed, but the principal is explaining to me how long they're there and what they're doing from morning to the afternoon. And I was in awe, because all of us parents many times take so many things for granted. The instructional assistants, some of the aides that were there, some of the things that they showed me, I never thought that that's what they did. So I want to continue to learn, and thank you for that.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Yes, thank you to our classified. They do so much. They're trying to catch kids. They're running, they're getting hit. And look at the one of the speakers that just came in today, that she was hit, and I know a few staff members that get hit and do not report it. It's part of how you're supposed to get these things documented so that you can take appropriate action. But they do so much. Thank you very much. Please share with your membership that they are appreciated. And from changing diapers to tutoring to mentoring, from cleaning up, picking up, putting things away. Thank you very much. Thank you for all you do. Thank you very much. And I did get an opportunity to attend on the 19th and the 26th. I attended a 2-day Chula Vista PD Community Leadership Workshop, all-day workshops. They spoke a lot about what they do in the community and the different approach that the chief has. Chief Kennedy has she's embraced the whole community policing, which is not what we usually think of, but as being part of the community members, treating each other with respect and such. So I attended that. Attended Macmillan also to the same event that Trustee Karen did. And they had a wonderful setup in the multi-purpose room. They had an ableism section, accessibility, assistive technology, disability history and rights, and respectful language. And there was different leadership there that the speakers were all part of their different communities. And one of them said, "You may not like Elon, but did you know he was autistic?" And so I thought that was interesting, because there's so much that they're able to do, and we haven't learned to tap into to that knowledge on how they can express themselves and how computer savvy they could be if we were able to just see what they could do, if we were rich, and really be able to bring out the best in the children. It's not that they're not able, it's just that we haven't been able to tap into what they are able to do. And I went to that was a great experience. I attended also the San Diego Leadership for Biliteracy. And we had our own representatives there. On the 8th, I attended the South County SELPA CAC Award Ceremony and Art Show. Our very own RSP itinerant teacher, Jennifer Simpson, was awarded the CAC Award. Congratulations to Ms. Simpson also. And we had a couple of other of our district. Rose Tagnisi was there to introduce her and said a few kind words. And someone that was a student with her came up to also present for her. So that was very nice. On the 15th, also at Winter Liberty's Lion King Junior play, you guys, it's like a professional. I went on the Thursday. It was just so professionally put out there. The little kids, I mean, singing like they're, oh my gosh, and they just knew all their lines. And it was just amazing. If you didn't go, you really missed out. The acting, the singing, the costumes, the choreography, amazing. And then, of course, we just came from the classified about 6 hours ago. Celebration. Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone who hung in here today, and thank you for sharing your comments and your input. We'll work harder to try and address them. Thank you.
I have communicated enough today. Thank you.
May is great because it's a celebration of all of our educators, starting with May 1st being Day of the Principal. Then we go into Day of the Teacher, Nurses Day. We have school. We have everything in May, all culminating today and classified. So it's very exciting. And today, knowing that today we were going to be celebrating, I started thinking about, because every day, I mean, it's nice that every day that I go out into the world, I start my day with a bus driver from CVESD, because he's right outside my door every day. And I get to see our littles getting on the bus and on the way to school, and very important. Otherwise, they wouldn't get to where they need to be. So I also echo what everyone says. We value all educators, from classified all the way up to people here. I was able to attend the Biliteracy Symposium and see our teacher and our principal be awarded. And then I was able, since the last board meeting, to go to Adelante Mujer conference, and one of our parents was actually a presenter. And she presented on financial literacy. And our students that were participating from, elementary up to high school were very engaged, because she talked about saving. She talked for all kinds of events, whether it's for school, whether it's anything that you could think of. She was very knowledgeable, very engaging. Our students were engaged. Our principals were engaged as well. And so that event is always great, and I encourage our students in the future years to continue to attend that, and our staff, because it was wonderful, and there's opportunities for us to present as well. And with that, I do wish this is our last board meeting before school gets out, so I hope everybody has a great 6 weeks. We have, well, if I count today, it should be 11 more wake-ups, but it's really 10 because we're in the new day. So, Dr. Reyes?
So, yeah, I've had the opportunity to attend many different events at sites. I'll just mention a few. The VAPA Festival at Wolf Canyon, which was amazing, and it was a lot of different schools participating. There was a ribbon cutting event at Harborside where they were giving out free food for parents. We had Mayor John McCann was there, and a lot of other dignitaries. Also the mayor of Coronado was there. I went to Cook's International, the IB Festival. It was great. It's always fun to go there, to do a lot of great things. The Leadership Symposium. We have I went to which is amazing, the Filipino Language and Culture After School Program. closing, and the students, they were doing all these dances and all this choreographed events, and it was great hearing from them, watching them, and a lot of great food, and so it was really nice. And then I went to the Optimist Awards. Really nice to see our students receive awards. All the things they've done. I went to a couple of the Purple Star ceremonies of our schools and many other events. Yes, this is the last board meeting for the year. I do want to take this moment to thank everyone. And, at the school sites, yes, this week is classified week, so I do want to acknowledge, and it's been said over and over, that the work, day in, day out, of schools and districts cannot be done without classified. And they do amazing work. They do a lot of the work that I call it silent work, because many times they just take care of business, and there's not much recognition. And that's why I said in the back there, I think it's unfair. I think we need to recognize, not just this week, but on a daily basis, recognize that their work is truly valuable. But I also want to recognize all our teachers that done tremendous job throughout the year, our administrators, everyone that has worked together to make sure that Chula Vista Elementary School District continues to shine. I really especially want to thank all these people here, because they make my job so much easier. And truly, it's I get up and I give a speech, and I do the ribbon cutting for this, and I do all that. Yeah, behind me, it's right there. It's all of them, because they're the ones that are doing the work. They're the ones that are making sure that everything gets done the way it's supposed to, at the right time, and genuinely caring, not just for their job and what they do, but also for our students and the districts. And so I really want to thank all of you.
Thank you. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District will be held on June 11th, 2025 at 4 p.m. for closed session and 6 p.m. for the open session. Do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Madam President, we're adjourning to closed session.
Closed session, yes, to adjourn to closed session.
Motion to adjourn to closed session.
Second.
Okay.
Madam President?
Okay. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second?
I second.
Motioned by trustee Ramirez Dominguez, seconded by trustee Tolson. Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez. Tolston. Dominguez Cervantes. Tamayo. Ugarte.
He's like, it's not 2 o'clock.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 4-1.